I'd like to call the Butte-Silver Council of Commissioners regular meeting for Wednesday, June 18th, 2025 to order. Clerk, could we please have a roll call?
12 present, 0 absent.
12 present, 0 absent. Commissioner Walker, will you lead us in the prayer and the pledge? Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we're going to move on to public comment for any item on the agenda. And so before people come up to speak on the agenda, there's a lot of people that want to speak tonight, and we want to give everybody that opportunity. But I would ask, if you come up and you're going to be repeating the same thing that somebody else said, it's totally appropriate to say on the record your name, what that you support, the positions that have been, recognized already, and then we can move on. We want to recognize everybody, give everybody the appropriate time to speak. We're not going to. There's 3 minutes if you're going to speak, so I will keep this here to give everyone an opportunity to speak at that time. So with that, I open up. So if anyone would like to speak on any item on the agenda, please state your name, your address, and the item you're speaking on. And then you come right up to and there's a button that you push that will turn the mic red. There you go.
Hold it or just push? Okay.
No, you don't have to hold it. Once it turns red, you're good. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
I am Garrity Heyer, and I'm here on behalf of Butte-Silver residents in support of backyard chickens. The current ordinance requiring 20,000 square feet to keep hens prevents many responsible families like mine from keeping small, clean, well-managed flocks, even with full neighbor support. Hens are quiet, low impact, and provide real benefits like fresh eggs, compost, and natural pest control. I have proposed a permit-based system modeled after successful Montana programs with flock limits, setbacks, and enforcement options to support accountability. I'm also recommending a pilot system in District 9, my own neighborhood, where there is already full community support for backyard flocks. This allows for a safe, small-scale rollout with real-world feedback. The public is ready, and the systems that support it is already built. It's time this ordinance reflects the values of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Perdue-Dolan, 2810 Hannibal, here in Butte. And I come before you tonight as a local community member and taxpayer. Please look at the flags behind you on the dais. The flag on the right, that's our Butte flag. The Butte-Silver County Commission was established in 1977. The goal was to locally represent the community, all 36,453 residents. In 2019, the commission here adopted the Butte-Silver County flag. The flag's blue top symbolizes the big sky, the M to honor Big Butte and Montana, and red and white stripes to honor the United States. That's our Butte flag. Our flag has been displayed in the council chambers and the chief executive's office for years. That's our Butte flag. The Montana legislature just passed a bill, House Bill 819. It wasn't about limiting free speech. It does not apply to any person's clothing, jewelry, or accessories. It was about making sure official government locations stay neutral, and those spaces represent everyone. That's our Butte flag. My question tonight is, what precedent will you create with this vote? How many more groups will come before you asking to change the county flag for their cause? Will it end tonight, or will it just begin? Butte-Silver residents and businesses already fly a variety of flags. That is our cherished First Amendment right, and that will never change. I will end as I began. You, as Butte-Silver Bow County Commissioners, were elected to represent its citizens, all 36,453 of us. That's our Butte flag. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purdue-Dolan.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Heidi Doxey. I live at 1095 Waterline in Commission District 5. I'm the incoming president of the Butte Pride Foundation, a local nonprofit that serves the diverse community of Butte-Silver Bow. I'm here tonight to show my support for Butte to continue the long-standing tradition of displaying the pride flag here at the courthouse during June. This is a position that is also supported by Mr. Matt Enruth, County Attorney. The pride flag is a historic flag adopted nationwide in 1978 and represents that all are welcome regardless of background, specifically those from backgrounds that have been historically discriminated against, a discrimination that is currently sweeping across the country, again at every level. Diversity and the celebration of diversity is and has been a hallmark of Butte America since its inception. Butte has been and is still a welcoming place for some who were unwelcome elsewhere. Butte is a melting pot for all types of people. I hope this body continues this welcoming tradition by proudly displaying the pride flag this month. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could please, just so we have the opportunity to let everybody go, if we clap every time for everybody, and I appreciate everybody's enthusiasm for whoever's speaking, but please, if we could just have some decorum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Gordon, and I live in District 4. I am in support of the Butte-Silver Bow continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June. I believe in the power of inclusivity, particularly for our groups that are disadvantaged or that have been discriminated against. The pride flag sends a message that the LGBTQ community is accepted here. They belong here. They're safe here. And they're valuable members of our community. It's for 30 days out of 365. We can do this. It should be an easy choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Coe. I live in District 2, and I am in support of the Butte-Silver Bow continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June. This is an incredibly important tradition, as I myself is a lesbian, and flying the pride flag shows that both me and my girlfriend are important to our community, and that our community is in support of keeping us safe, as well as the many LGBTQIA Two-Spirit Plus that do not have the safety to come out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I am Paisley Wanamaker. I live at 40 East Granite Street. It's kind of nerve-wracking to come up here and be vulnerable and talk about things that are important. And the reason I find flying this flag important is because I worked for a very long time with young people, young adults especially, people between 18 and 20. And I heard horror stories of how these people were treated growing up and how they continue to be treated even after having moved away, over phone, over cell. And having met them, they felt safe in places that would fly this flag. They came to Butte, they came to Missoula, they came to these places and they felt safe and they contributed to those communities because they felt safe. They could not have done such value to those communities if they did not feel safe. If you are unsafe in a community, or there's no proof that you can express yourself or even just be a person, then why would you want to add to those 36,000 plus people who live there? Why would you want to add value? Why would you leave your home? You would be one of the many people who might hide at home and never come out and experience the true community that Butte has to offer. We talked a lot about how historically Butte has been a melting pot of many different types of people. My own great-grandfather came over from Italy, had 12 kids here, and my grandfather had 6. And we are very happily part of this community, and several of my cousins and a lot of our family members are happy to feel safe here. And I want to extend that safety and that feeling of being part of the community and adding to that community to these people. So please continue the very long-standing tradition of flying this flag and ensure that these people can add to your community as they have added to mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wanamaker.
Hello, I'm Cindy Sanderson that's short. I'm of Box 231 in Butte, Chief Executive Gallagher and honorable members of the commission. I would like to respectfully entreat you to vote no on allowing the pride flag to fly in Butte-Silver Bow on our public buildings and property and within. First of all, I would say examine representation of your constituents. The pride flag represents a very tiny portion of our population, and so it certainly doesn't give representation to the rest of the community. And the second major thing that I have is that voting in favor of that will open a can of worms, and I'm concerned about that as a citizen of Butte-Silver Bow. It's very likely that you'll bring on problems such as other interest groups coming with their flags and possible lawsuits resulting from that. I know a couple years ago, our Chief Gallagher and commission were named in a lawsuit of similar nature. And so it's very possible, if you go ahead with this knowingly, that you will encounter problems. I, for one, would if this passes, I'll come forward requesting that you fly the Right to Life flag. That's a major issue in my life, and I know that well over 50% of your constituents are very much in favor of right to life. So pro-life citizens are definitely a large representation of your constituents. Other interest groups that might come forward, we have an unlimited number of them: a feminist flag, the Gadsden flag of Don't Tread on Me, Black Lives Matter, Defend the Constitution. I saw one recently, No Kings since 1776, and on and on. I mean, you'll be amazed at the number of flags that will be requested if you get this one through. And this is not about rights. It's not about citizens' rights. It's not about discrimination. You know, I have a lot of friends in the gay community. They're great people. It's just we need to do what is best for the community as a whole. And I suffered a lot of discrimination and bigotry and innocence by promoting right to life like I do. Some of it's been pretty awful. And so I can sympathize with that sort of thing. But I urge you to watch out for the future of our citizens against lawsuits. I, as a taxpayer, don't want to pay for them. And I want the majority to rule the representation in a democracy. So I strongly oppose this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am. Miss.
I think you shut it off. There you go. There you go. You got it on. You're good.
We're good? All right. Thank you for giving me some time to say hello. My name is Sam Debris. I live on 1157 West Diamond. I'd like to start out by pissing everybody off by saying I'm not really in favor of the LGBTQ for this issue. I have lots of gay friends. I'm a big believer in it. But I think the major issue on this is the county's authority to choose what they represent and display in their offices and buildings. If you read the language of that HB 819, the state assumes that all municipal, federal, and state government buildings are subject to these limitations. And that's an authority the state doesn't have. The county can fly any flag they want. If they choose to fly a pride flag in honor of Pride Month, fantastic. That's a great idea. But it's not particularly about that issue, because that issue also, as the previous speaker said, opens up to anybody can say, well, where's my flag? But that's a decision you guys get to make. And you take your chances at the polls, but that's your issue. The state doesn't get to tell you that. The state doesn't get to make you that. The state doesn't get to tell you which flags you will allow to be flown on federal property. And so this is about telling the state government, you can't come into our house and tell us what to do. So make the decisions how you guys like. Take that authority back. Thank you.
Thank you. You just shut it off. Turn it back up. There you go.
There we go. Good evening, everybody. I promise I'll keep it brief. My name is Travis Hughes. I live at 949 Antimony Street in District 11. I am here to voice my support for flying the pride flag in town. As Sam just said, this is a matter, in my opinion, of other people telling Butte what to do. And I think as a Butte person, and surrounded by Butte people, we all know how we feel about that. Mr. Gallagher, I emailed you a couple of years ago when there were some people raising a stink about a pride flag being flown on the original. They were just some bad actors trying to stir stuff up, and I thanked you for continuing to fly it afterward, and I do really appreciate that. Flying a flag here is not about replacing any other flags. It's not about excluding anybody. It's not about hating anybody. It is about making people feel welcomed and about making people feel safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Hughes. I also live on Antimony Street in District 11. And the reason that I am here to speak to you all today is because I also would like to say I'm in support of the continual flying of the Butte Pride flag. And to tack on to the addition of, I do think it is about free speech. This is an issue that people are saying this is something we're not allowed to do anymore, and I'm not going to let somebody take my freedom of expression away. And in addition to a comment made earlier by another speaker, was that we don't have a large LGBTQ plus community in Butte-Silver Bow, and that's simply incorrect. Because we are here, and we're huge, but we're hiding. And we're hiding because of that lack of representation. And we're hiding because, at the end of the day, there are people that would rather be dead than gay.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Story, and I live at 1918 Argyle Street. I'm here in support of Butte-Silver Bow continuing the tradition of flying the Butte Pride flag at the courthouse during June. But truthfully, does the support have to stop after June? I mean, you don't have to fly the flag, but the pride flag in general is a symbol of love, acceptance, and support for our LGBT plus community members. We're all human beings, and everyone deserves to be seen, respected, and feel safe and accepted in their own community. Imagine feeling isolated because you feel different than what the society says you should be or who you should love. We don't all have the same experiences, but we all want to belong. We all want to know we matter. And for the LGBT plus people, especially young people, that flag can be the sign that says you're not alone, you're welcome, and belong here. I am an ally to that community, and it's really about people and the way our community and our leaders treat and support every person within the community, no matter how small the population of each said separation, as a previous speaker said. If it's 1% of our community, we should support everybody, no matter what. That's what Butte is about, diversity, and it helps them accept themselves for being themselves. So having the pride flag flying is a small act, but it carries a big message when flown proudly in our community, that you are valued, you are worthy, we are all in this together, and you are loved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Hallman. I live at 117 Rampart Street here in Butte. I'm just here to make some comments. I just want to ask a few people here. You know, a lot of people find a lot of things like this right here. If I change my hat and I put this on, are you offended? Anybody offended? Okay, well, if you're offended by this, I'm offended by your flag. You know, the bottom line is we all represent each other, and this is a political statement. The LGBTQ plus flag is a political statement. When Hamas attacked Israel, the Butte-Silver School District number 1 had 4 colors lit that morning that I was going up to attend a video conference for a veterans conference. I believe that putting that flag up represents a downward slide. I believe that you're open to a lawsuit. I believe that everybody should be inclusive. There's no problem with that. However, the Stars and Stripes, our state flag, the county flag, and the POWMI flag are the only flags that should be flown at Butte-Silver Bow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Butte-Silver Bow Commissioners. I'm Rachel Boyd. I reside at 61 North Lake Drive, Butte, America. I'm in opposition to the gay pride flag in that I want to read the definition of sexual orientation, because we are discussing, is it a diversity flag or a special interest flag of lifestyle choices? And sexual orientation is a loaded term. It's not just 2 guys and 2 women. That's the facade we've been hearing for the past 17 years. The Black Laws Dictionary reads, a person's predisposition or inclination towards sexual activity or behavior with other males or females, heterosexual, homosexual, or bisexual. 17 years ago, I spoke before our state legislative body against sexual orientation for 3 legislative sessions in a row. It was the bathroom bill. I would stand up and read this Black Laws definition, and guess what? They never would define it. Why? Because they wanted the facade, oh, this is just about 2 men or 2 women. Because under the category of this loaded term, and it failed for 3 legislative sessions because our state legislators are sticklers for legal definition of every other word in our law. And then I was up before our 11 years ago, the bathroom bill before our commissioners here, different makeup, to pass. Then the bathroom bill started hitting all of our local governments, city by city. What they did, the National Human Rights Network website and the Montana Human Rights Network, all of a sudden they have a definition, and guess what it was? These last 3 words of Black Laws Dictionary. What it entails is 30 categories, including, and I hate to say it this way, just an illustration. Oh, see that guy over there? He likes to F his goat. Oh, bestiality. Oh, that's okay. That's sexual orientation. All the eggs fall in the same basket. So does pedophilia. That adult male over there, that adult female lady, they like children under sexual orientation, this definition. So, and you know, sexual predators molesting our children. So with that, I don't condone that personally. So under anything sexual orientated inserted, if we follow Black Laws Dictionary and the categories, is pretty profound. And therefore, I'm in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd.
Good evening. My name is Zoe Axholm. I live on West Broadway Street in District 10 in Bill Anderson's district. Howdy. I'm back again to express my support for flying the pride flag in front of our Butte courthouse for the month of June, and I'm going to keep it simple. I waited to go last time. I'm trying to get in early, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jancy Hansen. I'm at 2623 Harvard, and I'm here to support flying the flag, the pride flag, in June. As a queer person, it means a lot to me to see the flag here. I know for the people I love, it feels really welcoming to see the flag, so I would like to believe that Butte is a welcoming community, and I think that having the flag here really demonstrates that to the community, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mishan Lokay, and I live in District 9. I'm here to support Butte-Silver Bow continuing to fly the pride flag at the courthouse during June. My cousin is transgender, and many of my friends are transgender as well. I've seen the challenges they face just to live openly and safely. Public support, like flying the pride flag, matters. It tells them they're seen, respected, and welcome in this community. I'm an ally, and I want Butte to continue standing for dignity, visibility, and inclusion. Please keep this tradition going. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Erin, and I live in District 2. I am in support of Butte-Silver Bow continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June. This is important for many reasons, but I should not be in tears for my home almost not being accepting of the LGBT community and myself as an out and proud lesbian. So please accept the flag to be flown at the courthouse at the minimum the month of June. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Connor Coe. I live in Commissioner District 9. I am here to strongly urge you to continue the tradition of flying the pride flag during the month of June. As a member of Montana History Club and a Butte citizen, I can assure you that Butte has a rich queer history, and we must continue it. But that should not matter. As Butteians, we have and always will protect our own. And no matter the history of Butte, we must do that right now. Queer people are under grave threat, and we must protect our own. And the flag that flag includes the pride flag. Sorry. We must protect our own, and that includes everyone that the pride flag represents. As a Butte High student, I regularly hear students use homophobic and transphobic slurs in school, and nothing is done about it. There are students who have grasped with the ideas of suicide and self-harm, all because they are alone. This sends a message that they are loved and supported. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carrie Bruja. I live at 125 Rocky Mountain Lane. I'm actually here to speak in support of reducing the size of the lots for backyard chickens. My daughter is 4-H. I have many, many neighbors that have said, okay, we are okay with your chickens, and I would like to see the council help us, or help people by letting us have the birds in town. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Pickett. I live on C Street in Butte. I'm here to speak on the issue of the gay pride flag. As a Christian, I believe homosexuality is wrong, but I do not wish any harm to any LGBT person. In this country, the flag, the stars and stripes, is a symbol for laws that protect the LGBT person from any danger for believing and lawfully following the LGBT lifestyle. I support that protection. Most of us have different ethnic roots, and many enjoy flags as symbols of those roots. I may have an Irish or a Mexican or a Swedish flag in my home or on my car, not to mention political parties. But the federal buildings are a different place. The flags flown there defined actual territory with boundaries or a memorial to those fallen defending all of the United States. A federal building is where all citizens are to be treated equally under the law, and no special interest group or ethnic value is held higher than another. A federal building should be a place where the unifying aspects of our country should be in action, and not our differences. The United States of America, not the diverse issues of America. We are the United States of America, not the special interest groups of America. In fact, to elevate one group over the other groups actually degrades the unification of purpose to protect all individual rights. Let me say that again. In fact, to elevate one group over all other groups actually degrades the unification of purpose to protect all individual rights. To elevate the flag of a single group degrades the purpose of the Stars and Stripes. The Stars and Stripes is a unifying symbol in this country. Regardless of our personal feelings for those using it, the LGBT flag is a dividing symbol of special interest.
Sir,
Please ask to keep our focus in the federal buildings on being united, not divided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Gallagher, aren't we saying the same thing, all of everyone, essentially?
That's a point of order, but people have 3 minutes to speak, whether they're going to repeat the others' comments. I've asked if they are, they could just say that they're doing that, but we're not going to censure their speech.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher and Commissioners. My name is Jenny Ellis. I live in District 9. I'm here tonight solely speaking as a member of the community. And the first thing I want to say is we've heard some comments tonight speaking about political ideology. I want to say very clearly that I am not a political statement. I'm a human being, and all the people in this room and beyond who I love are not a political statement. We're people trying to live our lives in a way that feels authentic to us. So all of this talk about political statements, I don't think should be a part of this conversation. It's about humans, not politics. And furthermore, I again want to point out that the group that we're supporting tonight with flying the pride flag only for the month of June is supporting a group of some of the most marginalized people in our community, in our state, and in our country. So we should be supporting people that have less safety and less freedom than others. And I think my last point, we've also heard some people bringing up the fact that flying the pride flag could bring issues or lawsuits or something like that to the county of Butte-Silver. And my answer to that, frankly, is, so what if it does? So what if we do have to do a little more work down the line to protect this decision that we're going to make? I think the real question is, who do we want to be and what do we want to stand for? Are we afraid of a lawsuit, or are we afraid of not standing up for the people in this town that we care about? So I just urge you to think about that, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Caitlin McNamee. I live in District 9, and I have a quick question. If I want to speak on 2 issues, do I have to get back in the line? Or can I do all one right now?
Well, you could do both if you wanted to do it in 3 minutes, but if you wanted to have an additional 3 minutes on a different topic, you can come back.
I'm going to be super quick. There's 1,000 people here. I am in favor of backyard chickens. I think that's an excellent idea, and I am also in favor of the pride flag. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive and Commissioners. My name is Shelby Whalen. I live in District 1, and I am in support of Butte-Silver Bow continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag at the courthouse during Pride Month. I chose to live in Butte over another community in Montana because I saw Butte as a symbol of a safe and welcoming community for myself and my friends, and I would really appreciate Butte staying in that sense of welcoming. Also, John Morgan, I sent you an email. I also am in favor of chickens. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katie Canaday. I am from District 12, and I am also in support of flying the pride flag during the month of June and keep up with the tradition in Butte to have a safe, open space for our queer community and show the support as queer humans do not have the choice to become queer. It is a biological right. And I think that we should support humans as humans and continue to show that support. Thank you. Oh, yes, backyard chickens.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Maggie Dick. I live at 180 Avon Circle in District 6, and I'm in favor of flying the rainbow flag, the pride flag, during the month of June. Thank you very much for your time and patience.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tim Dick from Commission District 1. I'm here in favor of continuing the tradition of flying the pride flag. I believe we're just dealing with the county courthouse here. Heard we've expanded that a little. We're talking about the county courthouse. We're talking about what the citizens of Butte-Silver Bow County are going to do and support. And, there's talk about potential lawsuits, this and that. If you look at this as a microcosm of what's happened nationwide, there's communities that lost, say, the all-star baseball game because of their stance on this position. There's all kinds of we want to be open for business, open to supportive of everybody in the community around in Butte, and think about it from every side. We want to be open to everybody and show people that want to do business here that we are open and we do support everything, including backyard chickens. I'm for them in the front yard.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Han, and I'm a transgender non-binary resident of Butte-Silver Bow, and I live at 1405 West Granite Street. And I'm here on behalf of Catalyst Montana. Catalyst Montana is a nonprofit that resulted from a merger between Montana Human Rights Network and Montana Women Vote, and we work alongside no to low-income Montanans as policy advocates, informed leaders, and community leaders. I had the privilege of serving on the Free and Fair Coalition this legislative session, where we once again saw a huge volume of anti-trans bills being introduced into the Montana legislature. We also saw unprecedented attacks at the federal level as a result of the new administration, and we had a devastating Supreme Court ruling today attacking trans youth and their families. Now more than ever, it's important to not only acknowledge transgender and queer Montanans, but to celebrate them. We support displaying the pride flag for the month of June at the courthouse as done in previous years. I'll be available for any questions if you have them. I'll probably be in the hall because it is very crowded in here. But on a personal note, I'd be remiss if I didn't support my childhood friend Garrity's effort to get backyard chickens in Butte as well. Go Rustlers.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josie Fortune. I live on 229 Elderberry Lane. I just wanted to start off with saying a little bit of a story. I have two friends, two great friends, and they're married lesbians. Earlier this year, they left Montana because every day they went to work, they were threatened to be killed. Every day they went to work, customers would threaten them and their families, and they decided to leave our community. With the support of the Pride flag, it's not just about supporting just one community or another. We are part of Butte. We are part of the community, and we just want to feel safe. And flying this flag tells us that we're safe. Because to this day, I have to convince some of my friends that it is okay to go outside. It is okay to go to events. Because some people are still terrified about what might happen. Do you want your community safe? So that's all I have to say, and I must say I do support backyard chickens.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Haley Nielsen, and I live in Commissioner District Number 10. Hello, Commissioner Anderson. I am here tonight to show my support of Butte flying the Pride flag through the month of June. I am now going to read the poem, I Worried by Mary Oliver. I worried a lot. Will the garden grow? Will the rivers flow in the right direction? Will the earth turn as it was taught? And if not, how shall I correct it? Was I right? Was I wrong? Will I be forgiven? Can I do better? Will I ever be able to sing? Even the sparrows can do it, and I am, well, hopeless. Is my eyesight fading, or am I just imagining it? Am I going to get rheumatism, lockjaw, dementia? Finally, I saw that worrying had come to nothing, and I gave it up. And I took my old body and went out into the morning and sang. What I'm here to say is, let us sing, and while you're at it, sing with us. Right now, the queer and trans communities are under attack, and visibility and allyship are more important than ever. Flying the Pride flag in Butte-Silver Bow provides the perfect opportunity to embrace visibility and encourage authenticity among the Butte-Silver Bow community. After all, community means everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Melissa Keldor. I reside in Commission District 4, and I wholeheartedly support Butte-Silver Bow adopting the Pride flag as our county flag for the tradition of displaying the flag in the month of June. I am a transgender person, a Butte native. I was born and raised here. I am your neighbor, your friend, your coworker. The importance of flying this flag doesn't represent anything other than love. Love thy neighbor, love thy friend, love for everyone. It goes to show that there is no hate in our town, especially in a time where we are living where hate is prevalent in our lives. Butte-Silver Bow is a place of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Why can't we keep it that way? Why can't we show our support for the community? As many of you know, our gender, the flag show has no hate against race, age, gender, or sexual identity. And Butte, became a melting pot. Our ancestors traveled, immigrated from across the world to create a better life here in Butte. I know that some people are not in support of this. You might say, why not a straight person flag? Well, the average person is not under attack from losing their rights. They're not under attack of which bathroom they can use or who they can love. But we as a queer community are. And I support the Pride flag being flown in Butte-Silver Bow. I support backyard chickens.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Tracy. I'm from District 11. I'm here representing Queer Butte. I am the president, and I'm in support of flying the Pride flag during June, what's left of June. And I just asked, help these people feel safe, help them feel like they can be part of the community, and just show that you are humanitarians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carissa Story. I am here to show my support of Butte continuing to display the pride flag in the month of June. Butte has a long history of inclusiveness, and I think that we should continue that through forever, I guess. And also backyard chickens, because.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Zoe Axholm again from District 10. I forgot to say that I'm in support of backyard chickens, so I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is River. I live in Commissioner District 6. I am a transgender person. And for the last 5 years, I have been out at living as a transgender person. And since I have lived in Butte most of my life, and I feel very welcome here and safe. And well, I'm in support of Butte-Silver Bow continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag during, well, the rest of June, and chickens.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is BT Livermore. I live at 406 West Broadway Street here in Butte. I'm a business owner here, I'm a homeowner here, I'm a parent of 3, and I am a member of Butte's queer community. And I am here in support of Butte continuing the tradition of flying the pride flag through the month of June, this June, and into the future. That small act of support on your behalf can do so much to not only the members of the community here, but people visiting this community through Folk Fest, other events we have, people visiting the community because they are considering moving here and knowing that they can be safe and loved and supported here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Brittany Ferris. I live on 2920 Kasuth. I am in support of Butte-Silver Bow continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June, and also in support of backyard chickens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Connie Thompson. I live at 53 Kenyon Street in Commission District 4. I am in support of Butte-Silver Bow continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June. I said last week that I have always felt welcome here. I don't feel as welcome anymore tonight after hearing some of the words spoken by members of the community. That said, I will not go back in the closet. I am queer, and I am a citizen of Butte, and I will be staying. And I would hope that the other people in my community would stay as well. Flying the flag is such a small thing to do that will have such a big impact. Butte was built on the inclusion of many people from diverse backgrounds. Do we want to be less welcoming now than we were 100 years ago? Our existence is not a special interest. We are not a political statement. The only choice we have made is to live openly as who we are and not deny, not lie to ourselves anymore. The pride flag has been flown before, and no harm comes of it. It doesn't turn anybody gay or trans, and it doesn't force anybody else to fly it, and we are not asking for any other flags to be replaced. We are just asking for the pride flag to go back up for what is left of June as it has in the past several years. It will make me and my community feel more welcome and accepted in this beautiful little town that I want to live in forever. Let's not go backwards, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melody Rice. I am in Commissioner Anderson's district. So thank you, Chief Executive and Honorable Commissioners, for letting people's voices be heard. I really appreciate you giving us this time. I'm a licensed clinical professional counselor, and a percentage of my clients are people in the LGBTQ community. And I know that they're at risk. And I'm speaking for the people who are too afraid to speak because they've been targeted And so I want to share a lovely short story. On St. Patrick's Day, about 3 years ago, I was walking down the street with my pride flag to the staging area for the St. Patrick's Parade to be part of the Not in Our Town group. And as I was walking along, I happened to see two fellows, and they see me in the flag that I have, and one of the fellas have a really beautiful lime green dress on with gloves and shoes to match and a parasol. And he was a sight to see, just lovely. And he approached me, and we later found out that he identified himself as Patrick to me. And Patrick asked, "Are you going to the parade?" And I said, "I am." "Can we walk with you?" And I said, "Yes, you can. Come walk with me." So as we were walking to the staging area, the other fellow that he was with said, "Patrick, I'm concerned. Aren't you worried? Aren't you worried about being decked out like this and walking in the parade?" And Patrick's response was, with a big smile on his face, "Absolutely not. This is Butte. Butte is my home, and Butte loves me." And sure enough, as we're hiking along in the parade, so many people encompassed him, hugged him, celebrated him. And that's what we need, is to have that essence and that understanding that Butte is a place where minorities can know that this is Butte, and we love and celebrate diversity, where people can be who they are safely, because love wins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Executive, Commissioners, my name is Julie Crowley. I live at 2901 Harvard Avenue. I testified last week, and I would just like to add 2 more things to that list. One is humankind. Please be both. The other is walk a mile. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Don Cronenberger at 9 North Excelsior in Commissioner Anderson's district. I'm rising to support the BSB government's local prerogative to fly the pride flag. The GOP won control of federal and state governments, giving them the power to govern constitutionally, but not to rule us. Hostile actions are being taken, both federal and state, toward non-white people, LGBTQIA plus people, especially dangerous for trans people. This authoritarian government is even hostile toward sovereign foreign democracies who are friendly and our allies. And many of the hostile actions are plainly unconstitutional. I believe HB 819 is in this category. I mean, any flag can get political or not. I'm flying official national flags of friendly democracies on my front porch as a political statement. I'm concerned we're in a constitutional crisis, and we must resist authoritarianism, and we can do it right here. So I ask you, as my representatives, to resist in 2 ways. First, procedurally do what you must do to bypass this 819 and allow BSB government to operate within its proper sphere and fly the flag it wishes. And lastly, number 2, govern so as to engage all residents in love and inclusion, not hostility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jesse Mullen, 834 West Galena. After decades of driving 30 to 40 minutes to Butte to let my children swim in this community, take advantage of the theater programs and summer camps, about 2 months ago I made the decision to relocate my family over here because it's such a welcoming community. Part of this being a welcoming community is that flag. It lets my children know that they are welcome here. It lets the friends of my children know that they're welcome here. And it lets me know that my children are welcome here. I would encourage you to hang the flag as you have in past years. It's part of the Butte tradition. It's part of why I moved here. It's part of why my children feel comfortable here. And I would just reiterate to the commissioners that something your county attorney knows, all of your state senators from Butte-Silver Bow, your state representatives from Butte-Silver Bow know that you are covered. You are not legally liable in the same way that Missoula is. This is not a political flag unless you make it one. So please put that flag up.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Heather Lynn Meeks. I live at 607 North Excelsior. I think that's District 11. Hi. Haven't met you yet, but I will. I am in support of Silver Bow continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June. I'm not from around here. I've only been here 20 years. But one of the things I tell people, because I love Butte, and when I get to leave, I get to tell people I'm from Butte, and it's one of my favorite things in the whole world. And I tell people that in Butte, we are all about the party. In January, we all go to Snowflinga. I'm not finished. In February, we all get Chinese for the Chinese New Year parade. In March, you can be Finnish or Irish. In April, who doesn't celebrate Easter for some egg roll stuff, right? May, we do Mayfair and Mother's Day, and all sorts of cool stuff happens in May. In June, we fly the pride flag. July, crazy festival time again. We used to all be freaking bikers in August. September, the whole world turns into whatever we're doing in September. I'm losing my track. But you know what I'm talking about? In Butte, every month we've got some cool party to celebrate that's part of what we do as a community in Butte. I'm not saying fly the pride flag every freaking month, but we fly the Irish flag because it's March. It's not so hard, guys. I bet we could get around to flying the Mexican flag for a minute right around, Cinco de Mayo. Although they wouldn't probably appreciate that. We appropriated it, Anyway, what I'm trying to say is thank you very much, commissioners, for your support. Let's just be Butte. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jake Morrill. Live at 1095 Waterline Road, District 5. I too am in support of continuing to fly the flag, the pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June. Just real quickly, I think we've all heard of the phrase Butte cares. Let's continue to show that we care. It's simple, and as you can see from tonight, that it definitely matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, jury. My name is Austin John Mullen. I live in 40 East Granite Street. I do not currently know what district I'm in. I would love to talk with you afterwards. Butte, as many people have said it today, is a melting pot. Back in the day, during the mines, hell, everyone from everywhere was here to get a piece of the mines, to get a piece of the money that was coming in and out of town, to get a bit of the copper, to get a bit of the land, a bit of the beautiful, beautiful landscape and area that we live in here. And that still stands very much today. We may not be necessarily as diverse, I would argue, as we were back then, but we are definitely, and I would hope in the future, getting close to that. I know a lot of people in my life who are on the LGBTQIA plus spectrum, one might say, but, pardon me. But what I want to talk about, it's very important that the flag stays up. And as somebody who is as somebody who does not consider themselves LGBTQIA, as somebody who was not raised in a very loving family to people who are LGBT, I would like to show my support for the flag, as well as for backyard chickens. Let's not forget about backyard chickens. And as well as our lovely friends over at Job Corps here today, who are also on the agenda. But the flag is very important. I have many friends who would not be alive if it were not for them discovering this part of themselves that they, well, pushed away, told was a phase. And it doesn't matter whether you consider yourself LGBTQI or not. People are people. They deserve to live. They deserve to be safe. And they deserve to live in a community that loves them and will not fight against their existence. So whether or not the flag happens now or later, that is up to you guys, but just know that there are people out there who need it and who need you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tyler Lapierre. I live on 80 Carousel Way. I'm down in
If you could come up to the mic just a little bit, thank you.
I'll get super close. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I'm in support of this Butte-Silver Bow Pride flag adoption proposal in the name of continuing Butte's legacy for different stories and also to honor the remembrance of local queers lost and taken far too soon, such as Ray Harding, Zach Carvey, and Caleb Bowman, just to name a few. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anna Nugent at 810 West Mercury. The state has no business telling local communities what flags we can use. Far from neutral, the state law carved out exceptions for certain political flags and certain political statements. Among them is a flag carried during a violent insurrection, which also happens to be used by Montana Republicans to fundraise with. That tells you everything about the intent of the law. The law is forcing a political statement on us, which we should not accept. By commanding us not to fly the pride flag, the state deliberately targets a vulnerable population, a community that is already the target of hate, bias, and hurtful misinformation. We need everyone in this community to feel safe and welcome. State law prioritizes local control, and the state government should not be allowed to dictate what local government or school boards can do. The state government should not be allowed to deliberately target and discriminate against individuals in this community. Stand up to this overreach. Don't be afraid of lawsuits. The fact that state lawmakers have already declared that they will change the law next session is an acknowledgement that you can do this. Please adopt and fly the pride flag, and I think you should fly it beyond June, since June is half over.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Giles. I'm at 810 West Mercury, I believe District 10. I'm in agreement with flying the pride flag, obviously more than June as well. I actually went out and purchased one myself when the state said they could not fly it in schools. So everyone at 4th of July can see it at my house when they go to the parks below the hospital. I've had many friends in my life and family, and they're just regular humans. They're no different than anyone else. They shouldn't feel discriminated against. It's not a political action. The Gadsden flag is far more political than a pride flag, and we have license plates for them. We also do have the pride license plate as well. But I'm in agreement. I think we should do this. I want to thank, I don't see him here, Mr. Matt Intruth, for actually emailing me back. He's one of the few Butte-Silver Bow public employees that has ever emailed me back. So thank you for that. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Donata Marie Sabercier. I'm living in 24 East Copper Street. Sorry, emotional. I just moved here about 5 weeks ago. I've been in Montana since I was about 7, so that makes it 21 years I've been here. And I've been an activist for maybe about 10 years. And I believe that the pride flag should be flown in Butte and basically everywhere. I've known that I was not straight since probably elementary or middle school, and I was actually assaulted by friends because they did not agree with me having to like other people of the same sex. And I feel like seeing the flag when I saw it earlier this month made me feel more safe. I do like to dress up quite colorfully. Part of that is because it's Pride Month, but I do this year-round, and I have been worried about my safety doing so, regardless of if I was part of the LGBTQIA+ community. So, and also in support of backyard chickens. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pat Rickey. I am a resident of Butte-Silver. I am here to speak in support of continuing to fly the pride flag in the month of June as we have in previous years. A flag is a symbol, and voting on this is a symbol also of how you will vote on future legislation that impacts the LGBT community. It's not just about optics, it's also about allowing your constituents to know that you will vote in favor of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Husett. I live on Center Street in Centerville.
Could I have you put the mic?
The microphone.
Yeah.
Is
Thank
it
you.
on?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
on. You can pull it towards you if you'd like as well. I think you just, there you go. You're good.
Okay. And I'm in District 10, I believe. Mr. Callahan, is that District 10 we're in? 12. Okay, I'm in 12 then. You're my guy. I think there's a little confusion about what we're doing here. Maybe you can help me out if I'm incorrect, but as I understand it, there was an ordinance against, or a state law against certain flags and things in public buildings, and that's where we got to the point where Missoula decided to take their city flag, or their pride flag, and make it a city flag. And that's how they're getting around that, by flying the pride flag. Is that what I'm understanding?
We can't answer questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Anyway, as I understand it, that's the situation for, so we're not trying to get the flag reinstated for the summer, because right now it's on hold because of those state laws and things. What we're talking about is making the Butte flag the same as the Missoula flag, and taking the pride flag and substituting it for the current Butte city flag. So the individual that spoke about saying we're not replacing the flag, as I understand it, they're incorrect at this point. This isn't about acceptance or rejection of a minority of people. It's not an assault on the pride flag, but it is on the Butte flag. The Butte flag has symbols on it that represent all of us. The pride flag only represents the pride people. So they are excluding us. So now what we're doing is not fair to the people that are already here in Butte. So I'm saying, what are you people doing? Why would you even think it would be okay to put a radical minorities flag in place of a flag that currently represents all of us in Butte? Why do we have to keep coming up here to tell you no? We have to tell you no about drag queen story hours in the library. We have to tell you about no divisive political flags in the library. We have to say no pride flag on our city flagpole. And why, in fact, while we're at it, why is there still a rainbow flag in the library? I thought that was against the rules anyway. But anyway, political flags are banned, as I guess. But the pride flag can be considered as a political flag, or even as a religious flag, if you want to go back into biblical history and God giving people the sign of the rainbow in the clouds to indicate his covenant with us. If the pride people can take that.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes are up.
They're up already?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher and Commissioners, for giving the chance for all of us to voice our own individual opinions. My name is Dylan Van Ellsberg, and I'm here as a non-binary Butte resident of District 4 and as a member of the Butte Pride Foundation to support Butte-Silver Bow flying the pride flag. Being LGBT+ is about being who you are. It is not a belief or a lifestyle to be LGBT+, it is our lives. LGBT+ people all have different beliefs. Some are pro-life, some are pro-choice, some are Democrats, and some are Republican. Wanting equal rights for people and showing your support for that should not be a political issue. We are not replacing the Butte-Silver Bow flag, which is wonderful as a lover of flags myself. We are just showing support for a community that often does not get it. The LGBT+ community, to respond to somebody that spoke earlier, does not support pedophilia or bestiality. Flying the pride flag does not include supporting that choice of lifestyle. There's been talk of us being sued, but County Attorney Matt Enruth wrote a favorable, completely politically unbiased report saying that this fully fits within the new law. I would like to conclude by saying that Butte-Silver Bow has been especially supportive of the LGBT+ community compared to other counties in Montana, and I hope that will continue forever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gallagher and Council. My name is Ryan Underwood. No, I'm not here to talk about the flag or chickens. I'm here to talk about the park at Mammoth Drive. So I've been trying to talk with Council, with Mr. Gallagher, everybody else for the last 2-ish years on this parkland. This park was donated to Butte-Silver Bow for parkland. I understand, I've been told several times, Butte does not have the fundage to put in a park or maintain the park. I today, not home, received a call 2 hours before my plane departed from Salt Lake, as I've been displaced in Salt Lake for a few months due to medical issues with my family. They told me that they would not present my bid packet due to there was no homes that were going into the bid packet. Never was that told to me, and I've talked to several commissioners, and I'm not going to look or say any names. Everybody knew I was putting in a bid to keep that as green space for our town. There's 7 undeveloped lots that border that park. There's another 10 that are being in the process of being built. There was another park, the only other park in our area, that was sold around 2016, the last time they did a surplus park sale. There is no access to Stoughton or Copper City from our area with street crossings, lights, crosswalks, sidewalks to get to those areas. It is not possible for younger kids to get there. Nonetheless, crossing Hanson Road or Rural Road, it's just not right they sell this property. If they are going to sell that, please accept my bid. I have put in there to put a green space in there, an acre of grass, 0.7 acres of wildland, grass seed, bushes, shrubs, trees, all on irrigation. That would not cost the city $1, and I would pay the asking price for the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jim Burt. I live at 82 Wathena Drive. I would like to also echo Ryan's concerns and his resolution to those concerns. That's one. The second thing is what we've heard a lot about tonight, and that is the pride flag. I grew up east of here in Whitehall. In the generation I grew up, this was the last place I ever wanted to live. The last place. I lived elsewhere in this great state, eastern Montana. When the chance came to come back to Butte, to this area, I said, don't throw me in the briar patch, and laughed all the way here. Because this is a town that says we can do. This is a town that supports our state, it supports our nation. During the generation I grew up with, it was Vietnam. This town didn't shirk its duties. They sent their young men. Now we have this this flag issue that is facing us, excuse me. And I can neither condemn nor condone what's going on or why it is. But what I think it comes down to is that the state of Montana passed a statute, period. And it says public buildings, mostly state, is the way the verbiage is. I heard one gentleman say, this is county. However, the appraisers are here. They're state officers. I think that that applies to this county building because it does house state offices. Regardless of whether it's politically motivated, whether it's a response to prayer groups, pressure groups, I think it all comes down to what does the state statute say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Patrick, and I'm here with our neighbors and my husband, Tony. We live at 11 Wathena Drive. Tony and I are one of the very longest residents of Wathena Drive, having been out there for 45 years. We raised our 3 children out there. I am here tonight to voice my opposition to the sale of what you are calling Mammoth Park above my house. I understand that there's maybe 8 houses to go in that area. I am opposed to the overdevelopment of houses, the overpriced value of these houses, and of course their overvalue in that area, which would raise probably my taxes. Also, because of the number of units to be developed in this area, there has to be another access to the area. Currently, Wathena Drive is the only in and out of our neighborhood. The other access that would have to be put in would require the developer to either use blasting to get out the decomposed granite rocks or jackhammering. I do not want damage to my house that I now own and pay taxes on to Butte-Silver Bow to be damaged in any way by this development. I am strictly opposed to it, and if you are going to sell it, then please consider Mr. Underwood's offer to keep it green space. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners and Mr. Chief Executive. Thank you for listening to us. I'm here to support Ryan Underwood and the rest of...
Could you say your name and address, please,
Oh,
for the
I'm sorry.
record?
Patrice Evans, 233 Mammoth Drive, right here in Butte. And my house literally looks right out on that property. That I bought my house because I was told that property was going to be a park. That's why I bought the house. That was 19 years ago. I've seen plow trucks on our road maybe 20 times in that 19 years. Who plows it? Ryan Underwood. That area used to be used by a local daycare that's in our area. They used to come up and they mowed part of it and had a little porch swing in there. They used to do that until they were told they couldn't do that. They weren't allowed. That's exactly what it should be. Please do not follow this new federal mandate to get rid of public open spaces just to send it out to the highest bidder. Listen to Ryan, please.
Thank you. I think it's on. Pat, push it again and it'll, there you go. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pat Gibson. I live at 229 Mammoth Drive. I have been there 31 years, and we were promised when we built up there that that was the park in front of us that would stay a park always. I would hate to see it change and have houses built there. I love my place. I love my view. I love the fact that Ryan is willing to step up and develop that and keep it green space. I hope you will consider it and think of us, because I would hate to have to leave my home because the taxes would go higher, and I love where I live, and I hope you'll consider his proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Rickey. I'm a Butte-Silver Bow resident. I live up on La Platte Street in Centerville. I've lived here my whole life. I've come in support of the Butte Pride flag. Our city is known for diversity, which I know everyone has echoed here repeatedly tonight, but I think that something that people haven't mentioned is that our diversity contributed to our success. At our most diverse is when we were most prosperous, is when we had the most people, had the most money, contributed the most to our country, and did the most for our people. I think that it's important for us to remember that and continue to echo that as time goes on. Our diversity and was as important, I'm sorry. Our support of the marginalized also contributed to our legacy with the lynching of Frank Little, for instance, and how important unions have been, and the minors could be considered marginalized peoples. And that's something that we're still taught today to reflect on. Butte is also known for our friendliness and our acceptance, and it's something that I hear from people that move here all the time. I've made many friends from out of city and out of state who echo how accepting and wonderful we are and how we see each other on the street and a simple wave and they know that they're welcome. The pride flag is something that can communicate that even as soon as they drive into the city or come in front of our courthouse, they'll know that we are an accepting space for them to exist in safely. I have several friends and a family member who are part of the queer community, and we've had discussions about how they have felt unsure if they can stay in Montana and don't want to leave Butte because they love Butte, and the pride flag lets them know that they are safe here and communicates to everyone else that we have no tolerance for anything other than acceptance of everyone in Butte. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roxanne Spoler, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my grandmother, Joanne Spoler, who donated the land to Butte-Silver Bow. Unfortunately, Joanne passed away early this morning, and she really wanted to come to this meeting, so I am here to voice for her. Joanne strongly and wholeheartedly opposed the sale of this property to a developer for construction of houses. Butte-Silver Bow made her donate the land for a park, which never was made, and now, almost 50 years later, they want to sell it, make a profit, and let someone build homes there. Since the park was never made, she wanted the property to remain a green space and did not want houses built there. My mother lives in the house directly north of the property, 12 Wathena Drive. I grew up in that house, and I spent countless days playing on this land. When I was a kid, 32 kids called Wathena Drive home, and we would have loved to have a park there, but there wasn't. But we still used the space to play. We built trails to ride our bikes and dirt bikes. We'd go sledding on the hills on the land in the winter. And now I have 2 young children, age 6 and 7, and now I bring them up there to play and do the same things I did as a child. And even though there is no park there, they still enjoy the green space. My mother also strongly opposes the development of this land, and I've spoken with many longtime residents on Wathena Drive, and every one of them is opposed to the development of this land. The development would be very disruptive to the quiet dead-end street neighborhood. Also, there would be only one street in, which wouldn't accommodate the extra housing. And there are concerns about emergency personnel access during an emergency, of worries of possible property damage to the current residents during blasting of the granite rock bed. And the traffic and noise would be disrupting, and I like the idea Ryan Underwood presented, and please keep it green space. Thank you.
Thank you, and our condolences.
Hi, my name is Carrie Spoler. I live at 12 Wathena Drive. That's my daughter. I strongly oppose the development. I moved into that area as a newlywed in 1979, and me and my husband at the time built 3 homes around the proposed park and watched our children, grandchildren, and dogs grow up there, and they still do grow up there and continue to play there. As it stands now, the green area is a home to a family of foxes, deer, and a few moose, not to mention other critters, bugs, and flowers that they call home. This development is not a place that should be developed. I'm against the blasting of the granite, the dust. We couldn't have the kids playing outside or the traffic going around up there. I just think we should just leave that place a green space and call it home still. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pam Olson. I live at 52 Athena Drive. We've lived there for 37 years. Roxy was right, 32 kids, 35, depending on who was there. We were told when we bought our house that that was going to be a park, which never developed. It's a green space, and that's the way we want to keep it. We don't want or need or can handle any more traffic on Wathena Drive. It's a one-way dead end up there. It's, there's kids playing on that street. The traffic right now is all we can handle. The project that Ryan wants to do up there is unheard of. I mean, why would we pass it up just to make some more money? There's got to be other places that can be developed. This is a great green space. We don't have a lot of green spaces left in a housing development like ours. Our little oasis is the way it should be, the way it should be kept, and plus there's a lot of historical value up there. Hanson Meatpacking, the warehouse, the mansion is still there. Over at the top of Montana Street, there's a lot of history there. We don't want it disturbed, and we cannot handle all those houses up there. So please consider what Ryan wants to do and what the neighbors are asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Lovell, Butte, Montana, 21 Wathena. I've lived there since 1993. The park is very important to the neighborhood and to all of us. A lot of history. The park is well used, and I'd like to talk about that. The daycare center used it. They put their own swing up there, and they had their own little paths and bring the kids up and have lunch. And they do that every once in a while. We use that park for fireworks. That's where we go to watch the fireworks. We go up on the hill and put up tables and bring some sandwiches and whatever. Now the kids use it a lot for snow fort, build snowmen. They have their pedal bikes and their trails there. We have a lot of people that walk up Wathena, walk around the park, bring their dogs. Anyway, and there are other animals. There's deer and fox. They come through there every once in a while. So that's about it. It is well used and very much part of our history, and I'd like to see it remain the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Beverly Gransberry, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband, Dean. We live at 62 Wathena Drive, and we too bought our house with the promise that the green space would be made into a park, and we've lived there for 23 years. We are some of the ones that walk our dogs. We just want to keep the space green, and we are in support of Ryan's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tori Verity, and I live on 1921 Wilson Avenue. I am for continuing to fly the pride flag during the month of June. When I first came here, I was very young, and as I grew older, much of my community showed that they were very welcoming to not only me, but my friends and family. When I heard that they were going to talk about not flying pride flags anymore, it was very upsetting, because with my community, we are very oppressed already, and losing something so important to so many people is devastating. When my own family decided that I wasn't good enough for them anymore, my community came in to help raise me, pretty much. when my mom, my grandmother, who is no longer here, found out that I was gay, she realized that the child she was raising was more important to her than her opinions, I guess. That's not the proper way to put that, but she was more willing to set aside her opinions of queerness to raise her child the way that she believed was proper, and she let me be who I am. So please think of the people who need this flag to continue to fly, and backyard chickens.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jamie Fobbitz, and I live at 1960 Gaylord Street. I'm a middle school teacher at East Middle School, and I'm an advocate for our youth and for our kids, and I'm supporting Ryan Underwood and his proposal for the Mammoth Drive property to be kept for parkland for our kids and for our families. This area would be an ideal space. If we continue to build houses and take it up, it'll be a lost dream. I've been up in this area quite a bit, and the park is definitely needed, not more homes. I grew up in the Whittier Elementary area on Princeton Street as a child, my twin sister Anna and my brother Kevin, and we were fortunate to have Whittier just down the street. And we were able to walk down the street and have access to tennis courts and fly kites and use the equipment, and we felt safe and we were happy. We were happy kids. And as a teacher now for over 20 years, I see the brain rot that's happening because of the technology that sometimes our kids, and sometimes myself included, have a hard time getting away from. It's a rabbit hole that we sometimes go down. If we don't put special places aside for our children, our youth, our families, and our community, our problems are only going to continue to get worse. We'll have more fights. Our drug issues will be more of a prevalent problem. And I just think it's something that should be put aside for our kids and for the community of Butte. And one of my favorite movies, and my sister's favorite movies, and my brother's Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. And we need to have a park set aside for these children. And the kids of Butte deserve it, families deserve it, and Butte deserves it as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Brown, and I live at 1030 West Gold Street. I am here tonight to support Butte-Silver Bow's continuing the tradition of displaying the pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June. I don't think that we're a community that likes to be told what to do. I feel like there are a lot of higher ups that are outside of our county that are trying to dictate how we express ourselves, and I don't think that's what Butte is about. We moved here 4 years ago, almost 5, and we have felt safe in our community as a queer couple. I would hate to have such a statement, such as eliminating the opportunity to support marginalized communities and individuals that live in our community by removing the pride flag in June. I think this is a time-honored tradition that needs to continue to be supported. I also would like to support Ryan Underwood's proposal for the park space, as well as backyard chickens.
Thank you.
My name is Jesse Gonzalez. I live at 1030 West Gold Street. First off, yes, I would like to express my support for backyard chickens as well as Ryan Underwood's proposal. Additionally, I want to express my support to continue to fly the pride flag. As I can say, as a queer man in this community, I am not a member of a special interest group or some political party. I am a father, I am a partner, I'm a business owner, and a taxpayer, as are everyone else within our community. So please, continue to fly the flag during the month of June.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Bigelow. I live at 821 West Granite Street. I I would like to speak in support of backyard chickens. I would like to further support Ryan Underwood's proposal for the park. But most importantly, I would ask that you guys continue the tradition of flying the pride flag for the month of June. As a bisexual, as someone who tries very hard to walk in the steps of Jesus Christ, and as someone who's a community member in Montana Local 82 of the Montana Carpenters Union, I think it stands as a symbol of diversity and inclusion, which Butte is famous for, and in opposition to the unconstitutional overreach of the federal government, who is trying to further oppress an already marginalized group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Executive and Commissioners, my name is Mick Smith. I represent Ryan Underwood, his interests, as well as the other folks, Pat Gibson and my brother John and Maggie, and they are all emotionally interested and charged with this decision. I am looking at it, I represent Brandon Legg, who has that large property that runs south of the YMCA, all undeveloped. And I also represented Jeremy Migland, who put those townhouses in right directly west of the YMCA. And in our work with Butte-Silver Bow and my knowledge of the sewer systems, because that's where I worked for 28 and a half years, there is a bottleneck down on Dewey and Row Road. There's an 8-inch pipe there, and we have been essentially turned down for subdivision and houses and low-income houses and a variety of things because an 8-inch pipe will not handle those situations. So it is not just an emotional issue with me. It is it's just logical that the sewer will not handle it. So that's one point. The other point is everybody's been speaking toward Ryan's suggestion. We were told today that his bid was thrown out because he didn't address any housing issues in his bid. He does not want to develop anything, and housing has nothing to do with his idea of keeping the park, as well as Joanne Spoler, who donated that lot to the park. Those are not emotional issues, those are facts. So I hope you would listen to the facts, do your diligence, and see if I'm correct on your 8-inch bottleneck. And I just checked with our surveyor, and he's told me it is an 8-inch bottleneck down there. It needs to be like, 18 to 24, a big line if you're going to develop that whole entire area and Brandon Legg's property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Hill.
You can pull that down. There you go.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Patricia Hill. I live on 117 West Woolman, directly across from the original mine, so right there for Folk Fest and all that stuff. And I wasn't going to speak today. Please note my shaky voice and my sweaty palms. But I am in, I do agree with the backyard chickens and also Ryan's bill, but I would like to just say something about the pride flag. Because I hear a lot of people before me mention that we should be honoring our veterans and other things at the courthouse. And I just wanted to point out that my father was a Vietnam vet. He got into drugs and alcohol and, had a lot of struggles in his life because he was never able to come out. And when he even on his deathbed, he wasn't able to tell me or anybody about it. And I found out after he passed, with emails and other things. So I just wanted to point out that he died of Agent Orange. He was Brown Water Navy, and his boat was never recognized by them. So he never got recognized for many things in his life. And the pride flag is so important just to recognize people in our society and our community and just to love everyone. We're all human. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, citizens. My name is Caleb Hill. I also live at 117 West Woolman, just up the street there. Ryan Underwood's thing sounds pretty swell, so put me down for that. Also, backyard chickens. I can get busy with that too. Let me know when we get to tigers, because I want one of those. However, that's not why I'm here tonight. I'm here in full support of the continuation of flying the pride flag, not only at the courthouse, but at every county building and structure, not just in June, but beyond. Because here in Butte, when we say yous all are welcome, we mean all of yous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Executive, Commissioners, Stephen Coe, 1420 West Porphyry. First of all, thank you for your patience tonight. It's been a long night. I'm here solely not in the capacity that you usually see me, men in the many hats. I'm here as a father and a community member tonight to voice my support of the pride flag and the pride community. There's nothing I can say that hasn't been said already, so there, you can log my support.
Thank you.
My name is Carly Jane, and I reside in District 10, and I am here to voice my support for flying the pride flag during the month of June. And I just want to say that there is a lot of support in this room for showing that flag. We showed up because it is important to us, and it is important to see that the community recognizes that as well. And I'd also like to point out that we are not here to replace the flag or anything, but that, sorry, I just found my note. I also know that in the agenda before you that there is a memo talking about this, that County Attorney Matt Indruth issued a legal memorandum evaluating HB 819's application to Butte-Silver. And he concluded that mirroring Missoula, the county may legally designate the pride flag as an official flag and display it during the Pride Month without violating state law. The memo is in the agenda, so it seems like it has been looked over from a legal standpoint. So not only is there a legal standpoint for this, there is a very human standpoint for that. And I could say so many other things, but I think they've already been said by so many other wonderful people before me. So thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Justine Conlon, and I live in District 12. Mr. Callahan, it's very nice to see you. I spoke with you on the telephone about supporting backyard chickens. So, secondly, and most importantly, I am in support of Butte-Silver continuing the tradition that we have had that has been so beneficial to the minorities in this town and to Butte and its spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shelley Peterson in District 9. I'm in support of the pride flag being flown over the courthouse during the month of June. I'm just your basic white, straight lady, and I just want my brothers and sisters to feel as safe as I do.
Thank you.
I'm Cindy Sanderson. I spoke when we started here. I've been thinking about backyard chickens. I'm in support of that. I think it's a great thing for families. However, on the corner of Gladstone and Bayard, in a nice neighborhood with all nice homes, a house went in and had backyard chickens, and it was a tiny space that was very unclean. Chickens would get loose, and they had a lot of trouble, and roosters would be crowing at dawn, and some of the people in the neighborhood worked and nights and needed to sleep in, so it caused a lot of problems. So I would encourage you, and generally I hate regulations, but there should be inspection or agreement of the neighbors, something like that, that you could come up with to help the neighbors that might be involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is David Brothers. I live at 2625 Silver Bowl Boulevard, which is in District 4. I want to thank I want to thank the council for placing this resolution 2025-334 in support of Job Corps on tonight's agenda. I respect your willingness to stand with the program that opens doors for the youth of America. Anaconda Job Corps has been up and running for 58 years and continually provides career training debt-free so that students that complete, they can get a job and become a viable member of the community. Recent federal actions have placed the continued operation of Job Corps in jeopardy at a time where the country needs more skilled tradespeople. Graduates enter trades critical to America's infrastructure and economy. The training provided aligns directly with the President's agenda with workforce readiness. Job Corps is working. Passing this resolution, in my opinion, sends a message that Anaconda values all the youth in this country, that we invest in our own, and that we stand behind programs that work. I respectfully urge the council to adopt this resolution. I'm here to invite you all, everybody in this room, to please come up to Job Corps, Anaconda Job Corps, and visit us. We don't have any chickens, but we do have a few deer running across the country every once in a while. And I want to thank you for your time and consideration on this important matter. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Packer. I live at 927 Caledonia in 11. I'm here to support the pride flag continue being flown.
Thank you.
My name is Randy Eldred, 116030 Boulder Road, and I'm not in favor of flying the pride flag. I support Rachel Boyd and Cindy Perdue Dolan.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Tenda. I believe I'm District 8 over by Schley Avenue. I'm voting against flying the pride flag. I was freed basically of sexual addiction when I gave my life to Jesus Christ. And as best I can tell, the original Rainbow Covenant was men were so wicked that God flooded the earth and gave a sign, a 7-color rainbow, to show that he would not punish humanity for wickedness again. When I see the pride flag, I see 6 colors. I don't see 7. And to me, that's a mockery of what he did, the mockery of the Lord who saved my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is John Smith. I live at 42 Athena Drive. I want to just echo the concerns of the other neighbors on our street regarding traffic and the fact that I built my house 44 years ago, and we were told that that was going to be a park at the top of the hill. And we would really like to keep the green space, and I support the plan that has been put forward to keep it green space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, let me see. My name is John Little, and I live at 531 West Park Street, right here in Butte. And I didn't really come here planning to make any comments, but I do feel that because there is such a huge number of people in support of the pride flag flying in place of the Butte flag that we have become accustomed to, I would like to again say that I oppose the flying of the gay pride flag. Mainly because I feel it represents a minority of the community that is seeking to use the flag as a weapon to cudgel the rest of the population into accepting a certain lifestyle. Now, I don't disapprove of that lifestyle, but I do disapprove of somebody commandeering the public space in order to force that force that opinion or force that lifestyle, or even force other people to approve of it or disapprove of it. I support simply letting those people live their lives the way they wish without trying to impose their or make a statement about their lifestyle. So I oppose flying the pride flag at any time in public spaces, especially on public buildings where it runs in contradiction to the actual state law that has recently been passed. So I'd like to see you conform with the state law and continue flying the Butte flag that is traditional to the entire community and doesn't jeopardize anybody or impinge on anybody's lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Schmaus. I'm at 155 Larkspur, I believe, in District 5. I'm conflicted, and I can say I'm conflicted because I grew up in Montana. I didn't grow up in Butte. Butte used to be the place that I came to fight. It was a gritty place, and it's changed a lot since I was a kid. All I wanted was, and I took advantage of what Montana had to offer with the public spaces. So I get what everybody's concern is when it comes to further development. That being said, the prices of housing is purely economic. There's not enough housing for the influx of people that are coming in. And I believe Butte came forward with a plan to add 2,000 houses, and I believe has fallen short of that. There's probably several reasons for that. Could be economics, could be lack of contractors, could be all kinds of different things. I currently have a development that's getting ready to go behind my house. When I bought the place, I wanted the view. I had a great view. Now there's going to be a house there, but you know what? That's the nature of growth. If we want to share Montana with people, and believe me, I get it. When I was growing up, there was less than 1 million people in the state. Now there's what, 1.3, 1.4? So there is an influx. How do we grow as a state, grow as a community, make things better? We can't even afford to have parks. How do we do that without further tax dollars? How do we do that without future development? Without raising everybody's taxes? You got to share the burden with everybody else, and future development actually does that. So I understand everybody's concern with the development on the Spoler Mammoth Drive situation, but unfortunately they're not looking at it in an economic way. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I use the rest of my 3 minutes real quick, being that I didn't use them the first time? Thank you, sir. So currently there are seven lots around Mammoth Drive that have not been developed. There is currently close to 60 homes that have been put in the area within the last 5 years. I'm a realtor here in Butte, Montana. There is 119 homes on the market. There's 97 land parcels on the market as of today. And I say that as 119 plus or 97 plus. The other thing is there is development going on just to the north of there with approximately 14 homes that are slated to go in starting very soon. There's also a 50,138 square foot lot within 300 feet of this park. There is that zoned R1. There is another 72,000 square foot zoned R2 right in that neighborhood to go in, adding potentially another 50, 60 homes right in that neighborhood. So why do we need to put more homes in the park area when the outlying areas have not been fully built yet, as the subdivision was laid out when it was put in? Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy, Reddy Frost, 2000 Roberts Avenue.
I'd like to show support on communication number 2025-319. And then I have a question on communication number 2025-328. How much is that going to cost in tax dollars, and what are the benefits? How many house fires is that really going to save? Do we know the answer to these questions, or at least a good estimation? And then, of course, as your favorite union carpenter, I would also like to show support on communication number 2025-334. Job Corps is a great thing for America and Montana. Some of the best men I know have gone through Job Corps and given back after troubled beginnings. And I think that's the best thing about being part of a community and being American and being Montanan is giving back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Patrice Evans from 233 Mammoth Drive again. Just real quick, having just learned that Joanne Spoler died, I also proposed that that park be put in, like she donated the land to do, and that it be named Joanne Spoler Memorial Park, because she was a good woman that did a lot of good for Butte, Montana. And I also support the Job Corps, too.
Thank you.
Dave Holman here, 117 Rampart. I just want to make a comment both on the Mammoth Park. I think it's a great idea to keep Ryan, to get that as a area that's clear of homes and stuff like that. We need more parks in Butte. The other thing I have to ask is the Spoler family, do they have a stipulation when they donated that land? Does it go back to the family if you decide to sell it? So that's a question you need to talk to the county attorney about. The other thing is, I also think we need to have more chickens in Butte and reduce the size of the lot so we can have more natural eating habits and things like that. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, that'll end the public comments unless we have somebody else come forward. I think this would be a good time to take a break and let anybody that needs to take a little break. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll start the agenda here, if that's all right with everybody. So we'll pause for 5 minutes. If we could get commissioners to come back, and we'll start moving on the agenda. If we could have commissioners come back to their seats, please. And commissioners, when you take your seat, please check back in. Could we please have commissioners come back in and check in? Commissioner Walker, if you could please come back in, we'd like to get the agenda going again. And Commissioner Walker, will have you check back in as well, please. There we go. Come here. Okay. So we've got everyone checked back in. So we'll proceed with tonight's agenda. So the next item on tonight's agenda is the Chief Executive's report. I really did have some significant things to talk about tonight, but and I'll try to be brief as I can on it. But I think there's some important things that we should talk. Oh, approval of the minutes first. Let's do the approval of the minutes first. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. At this time, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of the June 4th, 2025 meeting.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the June. When? Miss it, on the June 4th meeting. Is there anything on the question? Could the commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Now we'll go to the Chief Executive's report. And I don't think we have any, do we? Do we have any items that are not addressed on tonight's agenda? When seeing none, we'll move on to the Chief Executive's report. Okay. In light of the tragedy and the assassination that happened and unfolded on public officials in Minnesota, I wanted to applaud everybody that was here today and the decorum that was given to everybody, no matter what the difference of opinions were with it. I thought that it went extremely well. You know, people that are elected have to make difficult decisions, engage with people that have diverse viewpoints, and who have the courage to act on the best interests of all the constituents, not just the loudest voices. In an era of heightened tensions, political discourse has too often crossed the hostility, misinformation, and threats, making public service much more difficult than it needs to be. Yet despite these challenges, we remain steadfast in our commitment to the people of Butte-Silver Bow. Democracy thrives on dialogue and an ability to disagree with the vision and on a shared goal of strengthening our community. I call on all the residents to recognize that public service should not come at the cost of personal safety or integrity, and that no official, local, state, or national, should be subject to intimidation for doing the work of the people. Leadership requires resilience, but it also requires a collective commitment to restoring civility in our conversations and respect in our disagreements. And so, like I said tonight, I was extremely proud of the way people handled themselves, no matter what their opinion was. As I stated the last time that I was in the regular meeting that I was going down to Denver to meet with Region 8 Administrator Cyrus Western. We had really good conversations, talked about Butte-Silver Bowl as a settling defendant and how we're, liable as AR as well, and how we move forward. Talked about the timeliness about cleanup in the 40 years it's been since we did this, and how the EPA can help Butte-Silver Bowls moving forward on the EPA decisions. He assured me that he'll be coming to Butte. I think he's going to be coming to Butte sometime in July. He hasn't set a schedule yet, but I made it clear that it's important for him to come and meet with the commissioners and meet with the people of Butte here. I know that his time when he comes up to the state, he's going to be hitting all of the EPA sites that he has. So, hopefully we can get him on a schedule where he comes in and at least meets here and has some opportunity to address the commission here. So, tried to talk to him a little bit about the EPA community change grant that, was taken away from us. He assured me that he couldn't talk to us about it just because our appeal letter went directly to him. So the appeal, what that judgment will come from him, so we couldn't really talk about that. So I just wanted you to know those things happen. But the time frame of the cleanup, the 175 lead level, action level that we have here is incredibly important to the community, and getting the community cleaned up was incredibly important. And I was going to give a heck of a lot more detailed report, but we've had a pretty long night tonight. And so I'm going to move forward with the agenda here and respect everybody's time on what we got going on. But if anyone has any questions of commissioners about the visit with Cyrus Western, you can reach out to me and we can have a conversation. All right. Moving on to, I got to get my agenda back in order here. Excuse me for a second. It's because I buried it under my water bottle, that's why. All right. Moving on to Section 1, bid openings, public hearings, and/or presentations. We have one public hearing, communication number 2025-250, Karen Burns, Community Development Director, requesting Council of Commissioners authorization to schedule a public hearing on June 18th to solicit public comment regarding developers' package proposals for city-county-owned property located on Mammoth Drive. Director Burns. County Attorney, do we have proof of publication?
There is proof of publication and everything appeared to be in order.
Thank you. Welcome, Director Burns.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher, members of council. I am Karen Burns, Director of Community Development for Butte-Silver Bow. I just wanted to say that this tonight is a public hearing to solicit comments regarding the developer's packet proposal that was issued for Mammoth Park. I have a sheet to hand out to you that summarizes the two proposals that we did receive. We did receive quite a few comments during the public comment period tonight on the agenda. So maybe I would ask that those who are here to speak during this public hearing can still come up and speak, proponent, opponent, for which proposal they're speaking of, if they're still here in the audience.
Yeah, Director Burns, I did speak with a couple of the proponent of keeping it green space, and so working with the clerk, we will kind of document if they're not still here.
Perfect,
well.
great,
Okay.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify that. I'm going to hand this out to the council. This is a summary of the two proposals that we did receive. One from Mr. Aaron Schmaus, I hope, Aaron, I pronounced that correctly, and Ryan Underwood. I can pass those out for your information. Thank you. So I just wanted to remind the council that This property was deemed surplus by the Parks and Rec master plan that was adopted in 2023. So this property was deemed surplus by that master plan action. That master plan has been adopted as a chapter to, or an appendix to our comprehensive plan for Butte-Silver Bow, and acts as a guiding document for how we conduct our business. So this park land was deemed surplus during that process. We did receive the two proposals, and you can see what we called for in those proposals. We have an investment price, a purchase price of $40,261, investment price by Mr. Schmass of almost $1.4 million, residential development, 5 single-family homes. He will have subdivision and surveying costs, infrastructure and site prep costs, 1.3 year-long time frame, self-financing, and that's how it'll be developed. Mr. Underwood, as he spoke during the public comment, talked about preserving a green space on the site, a purchase price of $40,261 with an investment of $21,700. The Developer Packet Review Committee met yesterday afternoon to review these proposals and start our discussion regarding them. During that time, we did determine that the proposal submitted by Ryan Underwood was not in compliance with the RFP that was issued because it did not bring forth what we had asked for as the criteria in the RFP. But we are planning on having presentations by each of the proposers on July 1st, if we would want to do that. Our committee, at the time that we met yesterday afternoon, was not in favor of moving forward with a presentation from Mr. Underwood because it did not meet the minimum criteria. So we are having presentations on July 1st. Mr. Schmass is scheduled to be there to present to us. The next steps of this process would be we would come back to this body with a recommendation on the proposal that we have before us that meets the criteria of the developer's packet, and that would be Mr. Schmass. Tonight is just the public hearing. So I just wanted to give a little bit of background. Now we could open it up for anyone to make comments on either proposal, either for or against.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Should we answer any questions of commissioners if they have any questions first? Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I just want to, throw this out there as well that, as the price comes up as $40,261, the goal that we had in mind obviously didn't work. Okay, we were hoping to get more money. We did not. So I just find it really, really insulting to Mr. Jeffrey that had this same proposal that's listed here in front of us, right, that we turned down. So the only good thing is we had, I guess, some other people have opportunities for that, so I will say that. But just want to note my frustration in this process for that, because I feel like, again, Mr. Jeffrey did everything he was told by, he followed all the rules. It was going to do pretty much the same development here. I can't speak for why that he didn't put in a proposal for this. Obviously he didn't, but it is, in my opinion, kind of a slap in the face to him that he didn't obviously get the opportunity to bid for that. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, or Commissioner O'Neill. Commissioner Fisher and then Commissioner O'Leary.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I concur with Commissioner O'Neill. I fear that we are stepping our bounds here a little bit with what happened the first time and then putting this out and only receiving one bid. So we'll let the process proceed with the committee and see what happens when it comes to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner O'Leary.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Just a clarification for the last two comments. The bid packet that did go out had a maximum price of $40,261. So we were not allowed, bidders were not allowed to bid above that price. Just a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Leary. Commissioner Callahan and then Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I just want to make a comment, mainly to the people that came here tonight trying to save your park. You know, we had a similar situation go on out at Ramsey. These people had a 100-year lease on that piece of property. They developed this park, they put sprinkling system in, they maintained it out of their own pocket, and they still sold this property out from under them. So we know how you feel, and it's really unfortunate that this kind of stuff happens. Maybe we need to look into the way we're putting property on surplus lands. As soon as somebody comes to the county and says we want to buy the property, they go through the process to put it on surplus lands, and then the neighborhood's out of luck because it's already been deemed surplus lands. So as far as I'm concerned as a commissioner, I see how you feel, and I will be in your back pocket trying to help you to see how we can get this fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Callahan. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Please note, I just reference for the public to know that, right, that where we were going with that and where the pricing is, right, I just wanted to know the public to know that, right, that there was another person that went through a process and the goal in mind or whatever, how it came out. Please note it wasn't taking any shots at anybody. I just wanted the public to know that as a true reference of what happened. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Neill. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you very much. Was there any reason why Mr. Jeffers did not seek to resubmit his proposal?
Commissioner Anderson, Director Burns. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Executive, members of council. Commissioner Anderson, I am unaware of his reasoning.
Thank you. Okay, seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I just want to go on record and just clarify the process that we all went through on this. Yes, it is unfortunate that Mr. Jeffries was not on this packet, but to say that he wasn't able to put in a proposal is incorrect because he could have if he deemed it necessary. A lot of us have been on the council for a lot of times, and you run into an issue when you have one person that wants to come up and buy the property and we just sell it to them without going through the proper procedures like what we did here. This process, as it came forth, mentioned that one person was interested in it. We as a council voted to send it out for a developer's packet to go to see if there was anybody else that wanted to put in for it, and then go through the process as it should, where we go through and rank them based on the proposals that they have. So my comments are directed at the procedure more than this particular property. That was followed, and people were allowed to put in for this property because we went out to them and asked them if there was more out there that wanted to put in for it, rather than the one person that just got to the right agenda item to get it on there to get approved. And so I just want to talk about that process that we all went through.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Mankins.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. And I also want to just reiterate, I mean, we go through this process, and thank you that Commissioner Morgan explained that process and where we're at today. But I also want to reiterate and to make sure that everybody's aware, as what Commissioner O'Leary did state, that was as high as you could possibly bid. People are out there still wondering that. Right now, still receiving emails as we speak on my laptop now. So that's as high as you could go, was the 40,261. So that was not the direction that we wanted to go, and that was the direction of the people that put the 5 entities that put that developers package together. Along with that, I still believe that Ryan Underwood's proposal is still viable. We've heard that tonight. We've heard a couple commissioners speak on that. I think that is still something that should be on the table and shouldn't be off right now. So I just want everybody to thank the people that did come from that area to talk about that and kind of talk about more of what that lease agreement was with the Spolers. And wanted to say sorry for the condolence of Mrs. Spoler at the time now, but I do believe that that is a proposal that we still really need to look at and think about. So thank you all for coming and speaking on that. And not just people on Mammoth. It was a couple of constituents out there that spoke a little bit more about it and what we do need for green space. And Mr. Underwood made a valid point that there was going to be several homes going around that area that would benefit from themselves for a green space in a park. So everybody just remember that when we're moving forward with this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mankins. I just want to make it clear that that space is not leased. When developers have a developer's package, there is a requirement to dedicate either parkland or give money in lieu of it. That's not leased by the developer to Butte-Silver Bow. There's no lease on this. It becomes Butte-Silver Bow's property at that time. So just to be clear on that, how that works. But seeing no other, Commissioner Thatcher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I just want to make a quick point to the procedure of it. We kind of had two procedures in place, and so that's on council that we haven't streamlined something to make this efficient for everyone. So we can't say to Mr. Smith, hey, go ahead and purchase this land one way, and then say to another person, hey, you're going to have to go through a developer's packet. So I just want to make that also clear, because that was pretty messed up, in my opinion, in this whole thing. But if we're going to talk about procedure, then I would suggest that the commissioners that choose to or elect to send these out to developers packets each time, then they get together with the Judiciary Committee or somebody to mainstream that or streamline that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thatcher. Okay, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I think it's pertinent at this time to make sure that everyone received the letter from Joanne Spoler, may she rest in peace, and her attorney, Ben Everett. This should be notified. Maybe the county attorney can weigh in or wait for a later date to weigh in, but this should be noted that this has been sent to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. All right. So looking that there's no more public or any more commissioners' input here, we'll move forward with the public hearing. So I'll open the public hearing. First call for proponents.
I've taken off my Carpenters Union hat, so ready for us, 2000 Roberts Avenue, concerned citizen. I am a proponent of this. I mean, our park master plan has been in place for 2 years and was made perfectly transparent to the public. I'd say that perhaps this is a cautionary tale that more community members should be involved in what goes on in this building instead of when it comes knocking at their door. Proactive solutions are the best ones, and preventative care is the best option. That said, we need more houses, and we need houses that working class families can afford. And the amount of $500,000 crack houses, excuse my language, is ridiculous. I paid $260,000 for a house that leaks every spring because it was remodeled by charlatans. And as a union carpenter, it's not a big solution to fix that. Or, well, it's not a little solution to fix that. It's a cost. There's a lot of money that has to go into fixing these houses. And for us to build more houses that working class folks can afford, that's what we need. We need better infrastructure in this town to bring in more money and people and tourism and interesting ideas. Because as I've heard at the last couple Butte-Silver Bow council meetings, this is an arts town, and we're a college town, and it is a town for learning and all that, and you can't do a lot of learning on old money and vacation homes. You do that on working class families' backs. And for people not to be informed and raise a fuss when this is just beginning and has been in motion for a long time, I think is a little bit patronizing to the government that they elect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I feel a little bias in this, considering it's my proposal that's put forth. But I'm for it. But like I told him, if you guys do move forward with it, I told him that there is a section there, and if all of the utilities and easements actually do lay out the way that we found them, there is going to be a lot that is not used, and we can turn that into green space. And I will donate it back to the Spoler community if that's what they want, and I'll say it right here in front of everybody.
Thank you. Second call for proponents. It's a long night.
Obviously, I'm for everybody selling it to me so we can keep it green space. There has been a little bit of miscommunication with the folks here and so on and so forth. This is not my first time to the commissioners or Mr. Gallagher requesting to purchase this land so we could make it into park space. This has been going on for close to 2 years, year and a half, 2 years. I've met with Mr. Gallagher, I've met with many of the council trying to find a way to purchase this property. And was always led, I don't know, go here, I don't know, go here, I don't know, go here. That being said, Mr. Jeffries, on his note, yes, he had every opportunity to make an offer at tonight's meeting. Did he find out it's too much granite in there to build? Did he find out that the easements are not there? Did he find out that the streets are not where they're exactly supposed to be on there, as there's no property pins around that park? I'm not sure. Can't speak for him. I did what I was told to do. The commissioners knew that I was going to make an offer as parkland. It is being developed. It's not being developed into homes, but it is being developed into green space. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Third call for proponents. Okay, next we'll move to opponents. First call for opponents. Second call for opponents. Third and final call for opponents. We'll close the public hearing. Next, we'll move on to bid openings. Item number 2, communication number 2025-296. County Attorney, do we have proof of publication on these 2 bid openings tonight?
There is proof of publication and everything appears to be in order.
Thank you, County Attorney. Communication number 2025-296, Bill Melvin, Civic Center Manager, requesting Council of Commissioners to schedule a bid opening on June 18, 2025 for the new portable basketball court for the Butte Civic Center. And it looks like we have.
Okay, thank you, Chief
Yes,
Executive Gallagher and Commissioners. My name's Crystal Carlson. I'm Assistant Manager down at the Civic Center. I'm representing Bill tonight as he's unable to attend. And it looks like we have one bid. Just go ahead.
And there is a bid bond of 10%. And it does appear to be in order.
Thank you, County Attorney.
Okay, it looks like this bid has been received from Answer Sports Flooring. Where am I at here? Oh, here we go, Appleton, Wisconsin. And their bid amount is for $179,400.
$179,400.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Sackerman. Any questions of commissioners? Seen? Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Ma'am, was there an estimated cost for this project? Do you have?
Thank you, Commissioner
Anderson.
We
Ms. Sackerman.
we have a budget of $220,000 for this project.
220? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Just before I make a motion, I guess would the appropriate venue to send this to be to the Civic Center Board or to the?
I believe so. It'd be sent back to the Civic Center Board.
Okay.
For their review.
I'll make a motion that we refer communication or the bids to the Civic Center Board for their report back to council.
We have a motion and a second to refer back to the Civic Center Board to report back to the council. Is there anything on the question? Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Moving on to item number 3, communication number 2025-312. Bill Anderson, Commissioner, District 10, requesting Council of Commissioners to have a RFP to be sent out for fiscal year 2024 Economic Development Mill Levy Grant and to be opened on the June 18, 2025 and reviewed by the Economic Development Committee. And I believe that Director Burns is here with the proposals.
Is that's more than 18?
Was it? They had until 7 o'clock tonight to get them to us, right? Hi. Welcome, Director Burns.
Thank you. So just for clarification, this is an opening of proposals, so there's no bid. It's just we're going to open the proposals, say who they're from, and the amount they're requesting. And then they'll be referred back to the Economic Development Committee for review.
Thank you, Director Burns, for that information.
Thank you. The first proposal is from Doc's Enterprises. I believe that's Doc's Saloon. And it looks like the request is for $38,500. $38,500. And it looks like for a vehicle purchase.
Thank you. $38,500.
Correct.
Doc's Saloon.
Yes. The next proposal is from Miss Montana Scholarship Opportunity. And the amount requested is $5,000. Miss Montana Scholarship Opportunity, $5,000. I apologize if I messed up the order that's on your bid sheet.
It's all right. We'll figure it out. $5,000 for the Miss Montana
Yes.
Scholarship.
The next proposal is from Nomad, Nomad, Nomad Steppin' In. And the request is for $46,750.
So that's $46,750 for Nomad Steppin' In.
Correct.
Nomad Steppin' In. Oh, yeah.
It looked for a community hub. Sorry, I apologize, a community skills empowerment hub.
Community Skills Empowerment Hub.
The next proposal is from Main Street, Uptown Butte. And this request, I believe it's for $75,000. And it has multiple uses.
So Main Street, Uptown Butte is requests $75,000 with multiple different requests.
Right, including tree planting, beautification of entryways, and of some other things.
Thank you.
The next proposal is also from Main Street, Uptown Butte. I don't see a dollar amount. Ah. Let's see. They're requesting $15,000 to assist with the production of the Folk Festival.
That's $15,000 for the Montana Folk Festival.
The next proposal is from the Walkerville Grocery. And I believe it's for $44,700. The amount requested is $4,700 to help with the development of the Walkerville Grocery.
$4,700 for the Walkerville Grocery development.
The next proposal is from the Butte Center for the Performing Arts. And the amount of the request is $16,310.
So that's $16,310 for the Butte Center of Performing Arts.
Correct. And I'm not sure what the exact use is by the cover page. The next proposal is from Bike Lab, B-I-K-E, Bike Lab. And they're requesting $4,000.
That's $4,000 for Bike Lab.
Correct.
And I believe they do rehabilitation of bikes given to them for kids and adults if needed for transportation.
The next proposal is from Advantage Butte. And they are requesting $30,000.
Advantage Butte is requesting $30,000, and that's for tournament and events, I believe.
The next proposal is from the Uptown Butte Master Plan Association. And they are requesting $4,582. And this is for the Uptown Butte Wayfinding Implementation Project, Phase 1. $4,582.
For wayfinding in Uptown Butte. Okay.
The next proposal is from the Butte-Silver Public Library. They're requesting $25,000, and these are funds for the community garden renovation, to support community garden renovation on the Park Street Community Garden.
So it's for $25,000 for the Butte Public Library Community Garden.
Correct. The next proposal is from Harley Davidson. They're requesting $9,600, and this is for the Helsinki Thunder Run.
That's $9,600 for the Harley Davidson Helsinki Run.
Yes. The next proposal is from the Helsinki Bar. And this proposal is for $16,500. And it looks like it may be for improvements to the Helsinki.
So that's $16,500 for improvements to this Helsinki.
The next proposal is from the Montana Gaelic Cultural Society. And the amount requested is $10,000.
That's $10,000 for the Montana Gaelic Cultural Society.
For support of Henri Ra.
Henri Ra.
This one's heavy. This one is from the World Museum of Mining. It's like Christmas. The request is for $9,100. And the project is for IT infrastructure modernization.
That's $9,100 for World Museum Mining IT infrastructure.
The next proposal is from Copper City Strength and Conditioning. The amount requested is $56,484. This would be to support expansion of their operations and building footprint.
So that's $56,484 for Copper City Strength and Conditioning expansion of facilities.
The next proposal is from the Butte Amateur Hockey Association. And they are requesting $50,000 to make improvements to the exterior of the rink.
So that's $50,000 for the Baja improvements to the rink.
The next proposal is from the Prosperity Training Center, and this is request for funding for their CNA program. And they are requesting $20,000.
So $20,000 from the Prosperity Training Center for CNA training.
And the last proposal is from the Young Musicians Club. and they are requesting $5,000.
So
And I
that-
believe it's to just support the club.
Yeah, $5,000 for the Young Musicians Club.
Yep.
Is that
That's
all of them?
That's
Thank
it.
you very much.
Thank you.
For going through those. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I'll make a motion that we refer these to the Economic Development Committee.
We have a motion second to move these to the Economic Development Committee. Is there anything on the question? Commissioner Anderson.
Just out of idle curiosity, if anybody was wondering, the total amount of the 19 programs came to $437,526. So, ladies and gentlemen, in economic development, you have some work to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive. How much is the mill worth this year?
Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Anderson, do you know that?
The exact number right off the top of my head, I do not know the exact number. I do know that it's right around $106,000.
Yeah. I think you're correct. Director Hausler says no. Does Finance and Budget Director Hausler have a, I don't know if we have a final, well, we would have a final number for last year, for this funding. Do you have that number? 102.
Chief Executive Gallagher and members of council, it's just over 101,000. It's like
Yeah.
101,
It was-
845.
Right.
Something
That's
close
right,
in
this
there.
last
So,
year's assessment. That's correct.
you.
Thank you. So you have some work to do. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to send it back to the Economic Development Committee, or Economic Development, Grant Committee. Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Moving on to section 2, consent agenda A 1 through 4 and B 1 through 22. Is there any friendly amendments and or segregations? Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I need to segregate out of the Judiciary Committee meeting report number 225-239.
That would be item number 2 out of the Judiciary Committee communication number 2025-239. Any other friendly amendments and segregations? Commissioner Thatcher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I'd like to segregate number 14, communication number 2025-328.
That's item number 14, communication number 2025-328. Commissioner Fisher and then Commissioner Healy.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I would like to segregate communication number 2, 2025-316. And I would also like to segregate communication number 16, 2025-330.
So that's item number 2, communication number 2025-316, and number 16, communication number 2025-330. Commissioner Healy.
Thank you. I'd like to segregate number 3, communication 2025-317.
That's item number 3, communication number 2025-317. Commissioner Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I'd like to segregate item number 5, communication number 2025-319.
That is item number 5, communication number 2025-319. Are there any other friendly amendments and or segregations? Commissioner Healy.
Number 14, 2025 oh, you did that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's
Thank
already,
you.
yeah, that one's already been segregated. Okay. All right. Commissioner Anderson. Everyone.
I'd like to segregate 21, 2025-336.
That's item number 21, communication number 2025-336. Are there any other friendly amendments or segregations? Seeing none, Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Somebody please check me on this one. At this time, I'll make a motion that we approve Section 2, the consent agenda. A, the committee reports 1 through 4. B, communications number 1 through 22, with the exclusions of out of the Judiciary Committee meeting report number 2, 25-239. Out of B, communications number 2, 25-316. Number 3, 25-317. Number 5, 25-319. Number 14, 25-328. Number 16, 25-330. And lastly, number 21, 25-336. Good.
We have a motion and a second to approve tonight's consent agenda. Is there anything on the question? Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Moving on to item number 2, communication number 2025-316. Kelly Sullivan, BLDC Director, requesting Council of Commissioners to approve the changes to the BLDC bylaws, which does leave the Chief Executive with one less appointment to the board. This will give the seat to the sitting President of Headwaters. So, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Reason for segregating this is I don't see it being favorable to take any appointments away from the Chief Executive. Not that it matters in this case, but I just don't like appointments just because of their seating, like being your president of the Headwaters, I don't see why you should have a seat on the BLDC. I know the Headwaters and BLDC work together, but in my opinion, I just don't see why a chief executive would want to give up the power of appointing a position in something as important as the BLDC, whom we pay for a lot of things they do, and we do give them a stipend monthly. So, in my opinion, I think the chief executive should have the authority to appoint someone rather than just have someone that's automatically on the board, because I think we have enough of them on there now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. I'll respond just a little bit to that. We're in a joint venture that goes along with it, and we share staff that goes back and forth between the two, and the BLDC benefits greatly from the Headwaters staff that supports the BLDC. And so, in my opinion, I think this is a good move so that it allows them at least to be part of the knowledge and board meetings that we have that go back and forth. And so that's my opinion on this, is giving up a position. Would you like to have Director Sullivan respond or anything? Are you good? Okay, thanks. Kelly, if you'd like to make a statement real quick.
Yes, Chief Executive Gallagher, Commissioner Fisher. The two organizations are in a joint venture that they've been in for about 5 or 6 years. We work very, very closely. On our Headwaters board, we have 3 folks from Butte, including Chief Executive Gallagher and Community Development Director Burns. So it's mutually beneficial, I think, that we've got some folks from the county on the Headwaters board, but then we would have the Headwaters president on the BLDC board, just to kind of keep everyone in the loop, keep everyone apprised of what each organization is doing. Even though we work very closely together, there are some separations, and it just kind of makes for a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Thank you, Director Sullivan. Commissioner Mankins.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. And with Commissioner Fisher saying that he wanted the Chief Executive to have that, would it be still in your power, Chief Executive Gallagher, to make that appointment to that same person that is going to be appointed already? Would you have that opportunity to do that as well?
Currently, that's the way it is. I have used that appointment to use the president of the Headwaters to be part of that. This just memorializes it. And so that's kind of what we're doing, is changing the bylaws within the two organizations because of the joint venture. Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate you being here. I really have no problem with any of it. I just see, why are we trying to fix something that if it isn't broke? So I'm missing something here, I think. And if you two organizations, BLDC and Headwaters, are so close, maybe we need someone from the Chief Executive staff to appoint that person to the board. That's just my opinion that I'm saying. So, I mean, I really have no problem with it, but we're just tying this a little too close together for me. And I'm looking for to be sold a little bit, as I said last time, and I haven't been sold yet. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. Any other comments? Commissioner Fisher.
I would make a motion at this time we deny communication 2025316.
We have a second. We have a motion and a second to deny communication number 2025-316. Commissioner Anderson.
I would make a motion, a substitute motion to concur with communication 2025-316 and place it on file.
We have a motion and a second to, as a substitute motion to concur and place on file communication number 2025-316. Is there any other discussion? We'll go to the first motion, which is the substitute motion, which is Commissioner Anderson's to concur and place on file communication number 2025-316. All right. Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
10 yea, 2 nay.
10 yea, 2 nay, motion passes, so the other motion dies. Moving on to item number 3, communication number 2025-317. Kelly Sullivan, BLDC Director, requesting Council Commissioners to approve the delinquent Anaconda ARCO COVID loan to be written off. The borrowers of the loan amounts are Casey McConnell, Table Mountain LLC, doing business as North 46 for $5,962.97, and Mike Wyndham, it's Greek to me, for $8,254.58. Commissioner Healy.
Thank you. Kelly, there's been some concern that excusing these loans sets a precedent showing other citizens that they can borrow money and not have to pay it back. And also, how is this fair to those who paid back the money? And so is there any more we can do to collect the money, like send them to collections or a lien, or is there anything else, any other solution? Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Healy, Director Sullivan.
Chief Executive Gallagher, Commissioner Healy. Efforts have been made for about 3 years. We have tried and tried to collect from these folks without any success. At the time the loans were given out in early 2020, $200,000 was loaned, and this is all that was not paid back. I think probably a percentage that a bank might envy for unpaid loans. We have made efforts, and I don't know that there is anything else we can do. At the time, there was quite a hurry to get the loans out and into the hands of business owners, and the paperwork that we would need to go to a collections agency is sadly not available.
Thank you, Director Sullivan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Director Sullivan, can you refresh my memory? Was there any collateral that was placed on these? No.
No, there was not.
Okay. Commissioner Callahan.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I guess my next question is why don't we get collateral with these loans?
Commissioner Callahan, Director Sullivan.
Chief Executive Gallagher, Commissioner Callahan, I can't speak to that. These loans were made before I worked for the organization.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I was on the council at the time that this happened, and probably we all blocked out parts of COVID, I think. But in early 2020, there was such a fear that these small businesses were going to close right away. And so the COVID monies were identified, and they were basically micro grants that were given out almost immediately, just to to get the COVID funds in the hands of the small businesses to keep them open. So that was why it was done really quickly and with minimal paperwork. We weren't actually even meeting in person at that point, I don't think. So that's what I remember happening with that. So anybody that else that was there can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Commissioner Shea. I came on not long after, but these loans were going out, and that was exactly what it was. It was getting loans out the door and getting businesses operational, and they knew some of these were risky at times. And so, I mean, to have collected on the number that we have, to have that few defaults, I think it, if you look at a lot of the different organizations with the COVID money out there, there's a lot higher defaults than a lot of other EDAs. So I think they did as well as they could with these. Any other questions of commissioners? Commissioner Healy, would you like to make a motion?
I've never.
So on there, so Commissioner Morgan had put on here to possible concur and place on file, if that's something that you would like to do, or if you would like to make a different motion.
I'd like to make a motion to concur and place on file.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to concur and place on file communication number 2025-317. Is there anything on the question? Could commissioners please vote? Oh, sorry, did I miss you? Okay. And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
11 yea, 1 nay.
11 yea, 1 nay, motion passes. Moving on to item number 5, communication number 2025-319. Garrity, I might kill this, higher, I believe, 1100 Steel Street, Butte, Montana, requesting council commissioners to reconsider the current zoning regulation that requires a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet in order to keep chickens. Commissioner Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I didn't want to miss the bandwagon of saying I'm for the chickens. But also, I just have a procedural question about the reference to Public Works. Can someone explain the logic behind that? I'm sure there is some. I just don't know what it is. Thank you.
Commissioner Shea, Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. That was a question that I had myself, but I knew I had to do something with it, and my intent was for it to go to Animal Services. That's under Public Works, I believe. And so that was where I was planning for it to go. Don't know if that was the intent, to go to Animal Services, to have them come back and give a report back. But looks like...
Yeah, Commissioner Morgan, I think I might ask for Planning Director Crane to come forward. I don't know if she has information for us, but she looked excited to come up here. Welcome, Commissioner Crane.
Thank you, Chief Executive.
Director Crane.
Who are we right now? We are all ready for bed. Thank you for having me, Chief Executive Gallagher, members of the commission. My favorite chicken, we have chickens at our house, is named Duncan. My daughter named it Duncan after her yo-yo. So we do have a great flock. The chickens are managed through the Animal Services Ordinance, which is Title VI of the Butte-Silver Bow Municipal Code, which is part of the community. I don't actually know where it's organized, and so the reference in the communication is to the zoning ordinance, but it is Animal Services, and so we do collaborate with Director Hogarth on those matters.
Right. So maybe Commissioner Shea.
Okay, thank you, Director Crane. That makes sense. So at this time, I would make a motion to refer communication number 2025-319 to Animal Services.
We have a motion and a second to refer communication number 2025-319 to Animal Services. Anything on the question? Commissioner Mankins and then Commissioner Morgan. Sorry.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. So we're referring this to Animal Services. We just went through that process. What are we looking for from Animal Services? Because I'm sure that Director Hogarth is not here and would like to have probably some clarity on this, on what she was going to report back eventually, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Mankins. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. That was going to be my comment, if you would amend your motion to hold this in committee of the whole, because then they would be able to come back to our committee of the whole meeting and give us a report. And then depending on what it is, if it needs to go to judiciary to be reworked, it can. If it's placed on file, it can. Kind of gives us a pathway.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan.
We can run around like chickens?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chief Executive, Chairman Morgan. At this time, I would amend my motion to refer to the Animal Services and hold in the Committee of the Whole.
And I'll amend my second.
We have an amended motion and an amended second to send this to Committee of the Whole with reference to Animal Services to report back. Is there anything on the question? Could Commissioner,
I know it's late.
Larry, my fault, and I didn't mean,
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I guess to Commissioner Mankin's point, I don't know if we want to necessarily hand this off to staff if we're trying to workshop possible changes to this, or what exactly we're asking them to do. If we want to give them direction of what we want to do. I guess I don't know what the procedure would be here, but if we hold it in committee whole, I guess we can continue to have further discussion there.
Commissioner O'Leary. So Commissioner Shea first, and then Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. We would look for staff's recommendation to update the ordinance.
Thanks. And we could get that to them about what we're looking to do. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Yeah, I would be curious to see what their recommendation back to this body is, if we should amend the ordinance or if we shouldn't amend the ordinance, just to see where they're at in the whole process before this body just goes off kilter and does what they want, kind of a thing. So,
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Callahan.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I guess if we go to the Committee of the Whole would be next week. Should we give them time that they can go before the Animal Board and see what their recommendation is?
Commissioner Callahan. Commissioner Morgan. I think it would
thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. There's nothing that says they have to report back to this committee by next Committee of the Whole. We can hold it in abeyance pending their formal report back to this body, just as we've always done. So it doesn't have to be next week. It would be after
they're able
board
to
meets.
look
Yeah.
at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So there's an amended motion and an amended second. Is there anything else on the question? Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay. Now, I kind of skipped over your one for the judiciary, so we'll go to the judiciary. Item number 2 in the Judiciary Committee, communication number 2025-239, Chris Kellogg, Ramsey School Principal, requesting Council of Commissioners authorization to approve the 2-acre parcel of the Silver Bow County land directly north of the Ramsey School in Ramsey, Montana. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. So as you will see in the committee report, it says hold in abeyance in the Committee of the Whole pending Resolution 2025-28. This communication was inadvertently left off of last week's Committee of the Whole meeting, so it wasn't really on any agenda, and we did miss that. So I asked that it be placed back in its original form to be placed on the agenda so that we could take final action on it. As this body will remember, this resolution was passed 25-28, so this is just a housekeeping item. I would just make a motion that we
place this on tonight's consent.
let's see, make a motion that we place communication 2025-239 on file and cross-reference it with resolution 2025-28.
We have a motion and a second to place on file and cross-reference to resolution 2025-28. Is there anything on the question? Could commissioners please vote? Commissioner Anderson. And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Now we are to item number 14. Item number 14, communication number 2025-328. Zach Osborne, Butte-Silver Bow Fire Chief, informing Council of Commissioners of the Butte-Silver Bow's intent to expand the fire district 3 MCT State Code 01-842T in the area of Rocker Urban 2U. Commissioner Thatcher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Thank you, Director Osborne, for being here. I just have a couple of quick questions. I recognize that the resolution is on tonight's agenda to be introduced to judiciary. So I realize that that's one of the next steps. But doing these similar things in the past, are we following similar procedures? Like, are we, I see in the resolution, but that's not obviously right. What we're talking about right now is it'll go to public hearings and do all that, but will property owners in this district be notified of how their taxes could be impacted by such a change, like we have in the past?
Commissioner Thatcher, Director Osborne.
Chief Executive, Commissioner. Yes, we're going to follow all those rules, the same as what they recently did with the garbage tax. So they get notified, they get a letter saying exactly what their taxes will change.
Perfect.
Thank you, Director Osborne. Follow-up, Commissioner Thatcher, and then we'll go to Commissioner Callahan.
Sorry about that, Chief Executive Gallagher. Thank you, Director Osborne. And then just a quick question for Director Hassler. I would imagine that this is something that, goes to the Department of Revenue, state, obviously. Could you, have we communicated this whole thing, or how does this work?
Commissioner Thatcher and Director Hassler, I could answer that because we sent the letter to the DOR to informing them that we were looking to expand that district before January 1. You had to give them intent that you're looking to do it, whether you did it or not, but you had to do that so they could capture that. But I'll let Director Hassler also comment if that didn't cover it.
Sure. Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher, members of council, Commissioner Thatcher. A letter of intent was sent by Fire Services Director Osborne prior to the January deadline. But there are other steps that we are also required to take. One of them is a resolution of intent. After that, it is a public hearing. And at the same time, we would issue letters to all property owners within the boundary. And it gives them 60 days to protest. In that letter, it also gives each property owner the impact that this fee will have on their taxes based on what their taxable value is and the number of mills that we anticipate levying in the fiscal year 2026 budget. They do have 60 days to submit a protest, at which time we would compile all of those letters. They have to meet a certain percentage, I believe it's 40%, in order to move to the next step, which is the bringing it to council for their ultimate approval before it would go to the state to actually have the ability to levy those mills in that district.
Thank you, Director Hassler. Commissioner Callahan.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. You answered my question, but I just want to clarify. Mr. Osborne said a tax and you said a fee. There's a big difference between a tax and a fee. It is a fee.
Sorry. Oh, Commissioner Callahan, yes. Director Hassler.
Chief Executive Gallagher, Commissioner Callahan. It is levied as a tax it is the urban fire district.
Thank you, Director Hassler. Follow-up, Commissioner Callahan.
But it's a set price. It doesn't vary according to the value of the home.
Commissioner Callahan, Director Hassler.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Commissioner Callahan, yes, it does vary based on the taxable value. So it's the taxable value times the number of mills, then divided by 1,000. So it would vary. If there was a vacant parcel out there that somebody had purchased with the intent of building, their tax would be lower than somebody that had a warehouse or some sort of development on their parcel.
Follow-up, Commissioner Callahan.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I got a question for Mr. Osborne. I had some people call. Do you have a map of the area you're planning on including? Or everybody's kind of wondering who's in this area, who's not in this area?
Commissioner Callahan, and I think Director Osborne, I can answer that. It is the TIF district.
The Tiffit only, or the homes around the Tiffit, or?
Director Osborne.
Chief Executive Commissioners, all of Montana connections.
Just the connections
Just
part?
connections.
Okay, thank you.
I have maps
He has
if
maps.
anybody wants.
If you'd please hand them out so they can see. Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I think we need a little more input on what's going on here if we're going to be adjusting people's taxes out in a certain area. I mean, this is the first I seen about it when I read about it here a couple of days ago. I've had no information come to me. I looked at the map. I see it's Montana Connections. I see Cassidy, the current assessor over there. I did visit with my brother, the previous assessor over there, that was over there. I think there's some things here that we might be rushing through a little bit by putting this, introducing it to judiciary right away. So I think with this communication, I think we better slow it down and get some input from the people before we even have a public hearing. And it's not my district, but I feel for the people that are out in that district, because they've had a lot of input about things like the Love's Truck Stop and, you know, the driving out there. So these people are active people, and I think this is something that if we can current places on file right now, I think we're going to hear some repercussions down the road. So I would hope that someone would make a motion that we would hold this in abeyance for a while and see what we actually got going here, because I looked at the map and I read all the information, but it's kind of Greek to me at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I have a question so do they currently pay anything in that district for fire services?
Commissioner O'Neill, Director Osborne.
Chief Executive Commissioner O'Neill, they pay emergency service tax, essentially for our 2 rescue trucks. They do not pay fire tax. So anything fire related, they're getting it for free right now.
Follow-up, Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Thank you for that. So that's, I mean, thank you. That's one of that clarification. So this would be a tax, right, that would be paid for, right? Because I currently pay a fire tax, I think. Correct, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner O'Neill. Commissioner Callahan.
I just wanted to comment on the emergency service tax. We were advised by the county assessor that the fire department gets about 90+% of that tax countywide, and it covers about 90 of your employees. So it obviously covers more than just the people that go in the emergency service truck.
Commissioner Callahan, Director Osborne, do you want to respond to that? I don't know if there's a...
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Commissioner Callahan, can you repeat the question, please?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah. We were advised by the county assessor that emergency service tax, about 90+% of that goes to the fire department, and he claims, he figures it covers about 9 firemen's wages for the year.
Commissioner Callahan, Director Hassler, I don't know if you could answer that. I don't know.
Chief Executive Gallagher and Commissioner Callahan, the emergency services is 10 mills, and if you look in the budget book under Fund 2288, it funds strictly wages and benefits for firefighters, and I'm not exactly sure how many, but that's the only expenditures that you'll see in that budget that is covered by those 10 mills.
Thanks, Director Hassler. And that's pretty consistent because the paid fire department runs on all medicals. And so that's essentially what that's paying for, is their service in that. So I'll just kind of let people know where this comes about. This is one of our highest industrialized areas that technically doesn't pay any fire service mills like all other businesses in Butte-Silver Bow do. So that's when the TIF was created, they created, there was funding set aside from the TIF mills, the increment, yeah, not mills, the increment that was derived out there, and they set aside a fund. When the TIF sunsetted, so did that fire fund. There's no more fire fund out there that was there to kind of help with the protection of that. That is now gone. So technically, they're getting fire services without paying any fire tax out there. They're paying the 10 emergency service tax that everybody is, but they're not paying fire tax. Like, yeah, Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chief Executive. So it's really in the positive thing of this is everybody, if one of the buildings out there burns down, it's going to be way more expensive to fight that fire, that emergency that it is, say, a normal structure house in town. Even the fact of getting the fire truck out there is wear on your tires, diesel, everything. There has to be a cost, and the cost is the tax that helps provide to pay for the fire department to operate. So, I mean, it's something that kind of has to be done. And with the growth of our community and the growth of our town, the only way of getting money to have firefighters and equipment is by the tax. I'm unsure of where else that money comes from. There was no, so I don't understand where, you know, I mean, this is actually a positive thing moving forward, and it's for protection of, I mean, there's some beautiful buildings out there. We could name 10 of them that are very huge, and if they start on fire, and if our fire department, they need to be charged, right? Like thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner O'Neill. Commissioner O'Leary.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Just clarification for Director Osborne, if you could. I'm looking at the map here, and it looks like the boundaries of this exclude all of the residential areas. Can you just verify that that's the case? Is this just the TIFID plus maybe what might be added in the future, or are there residents that are in this area?
Commissioner O'Leary, Director Osborne.
Chief Executive Commissioner O'Leary. Yeah, you're correct. So Montana Connections is the boundary of the TIFID district out there, and that is just commercial property.
Yeah, there is no residential out there. Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. So it's not going to affect the taxpayer of Ramsey or Rocker. No more fees on the homeowner in Ramsey or Rocker.
Commissioner Fisher, Director Osborne.
Chief Executive Commissioner, you're correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. With that being said, right, when's that coming up, right? That's another really horrible conversation we need to have that I just want to mention, that should be added as well, because at this time they're getting free fire service, correct? You know, not a point of, just want to say. I don't know that. We'll talk about that later.
Commissioner O'Neill, I will say this, that we were very direct on adding, because of the highly industrialized area that this is, and if REC Silicon, or if the asphalt plant, or if any of those are major fires that we could have out there. And so that's why we intentionally did that district on that expansion right now, because there was money set aside for fire through the increment that is no longer there to help support fire services. So, okay. All right, Commissioner O'Leary.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Sorry, one last clarification. This is probably for Budget Director Hassler. We do have the military facility out there now. They, I believe, are not taxed because it's federal property. Would they be paying a tax on this, or are they excluded from that as well?
Commissioner O'Leary, Director Hassler.
Chief Executive Gallagher, Commissioner O'Leary, I think they would be excluded from this tax.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Callahan.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Ms. Hassler, so you said it's 10 mills and it's multiplied by the value of the building. So just ASME alone is worth multiple millions of dollars, times 10 mills. To say they're not paying a fire tax is a far cry from saying they're not paying their share. Am I right or wrong?
Commissioner Callahan, I think that you're asking her a question. I think all you have to do is look at Montana Resources, same type of industrial user that pays the 10 mil on emergency services and then has to pay the fire as well on top of that. So to say that it is asking for their fair share on an industrial building, that's a multi-million-dollar industrial facility that Montana Resources, and they pay both. So I think that what we're asking and why we do it to this is to make sure that it's fairly distributed. Commissioner Callahan.
Yeah, I'm not condoning that they pay their fair share, and just the comment that they don't pay is misleading to the public, saying these people don't have any fee charged for fire protection.
I don't think anyone said that they don't, and we would go and protect them. It's just they're not paying fire service mills, they're paying emergency service mills. Commissioner Thatcher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I have a question for Chairman Morgan. Obviously, this is going to be a resolution, so we can continue the conversation at that time, but do you think it's better to hold this in abeyance and continue this conversation when maybe we receive more information from the Department of Revenue, or do you think that we'd be better off placing this on file and then having this discussion during the resolution during judiciary?
Commissioner Thatcher, Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Commissioner Thatcher, it really doesn't matter what my opinion is on this matter, but procedurally, we do have a communication that's before you tonight that's asking for permission basically to move forward with this. There is a resolution that's drafted later in the agenda, which normally that communication would go to judiciary to be asked from the county attorney's office to draft the resolution, but that resolution has already been drafted. If you do move this to committee of the whole, you could continue the questions of the communication itself with the resolution in the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee would have to basically hold this until all of those questions, or until the committee at least feels that there's been enough questions answered to move it forward. So that is what I would think procedurally should happen. I don't know if the county attorney has anything to add to it, but I would say, you know, if you don't want to concur with it, hold it in committee of the whole, have the communication. The chairperson of judiciary could hold the resolution up until they feel it's appropriate to move it forward.
Commissioner Thatcher.
Perfect, thank you. I was mostly just looking for some reassurance on that one. So then with that, I would like to make a motion to hold communication
2025.
I'm sorry, what did you say? 2025-328 in committee of the whole.
We have a motion and a second to hold communication number 2025-328 in the committee of the whole. Is there anything on the question? Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
11 yea, 1 nay.
11 yea, 1 nay, motion passes. Moving on to item number 16, communication number 2025-330. Mark Neary, Public Works Director, requesting Council Commissioners authorization to have Chief Executive Gallagher sign an agreement with NRDP for flow release agreement for the Silver Lake water system. And I'm going to be the one answering your questions.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I read through it, and it's Greek to me to see, you know, all that stuff. I guess my main question is, what kind of agreement do we have with the NRDP? It means we're giving up Silver Lake water to go down to Missoula and Deer Lodge. What kind of agreement do we have when we're giving away water, water's pretty precious right now? So I'm just wondering what kind of agreement we have with the NRDP that we're sending them water for. Is it for free?
Commissioner Fisher, no, we're not sending it to them for free. We actually have an agreement with a defined price, and I'm not positive that communication has that in there. We did this a few years ago. We based the rate predominantly on that. This is only allowing them water if available, and that we're not, going to take our water away from any of our users. This is to help supplement. They feel a drought year is coming. Just to tell you what the volumes could be of Silver Lake if we did this, 32 CFS is about 20 million gallons per day that we would be helping the Clark Fork on. And then, if the agreement was fully exercised, it'd be about 972 million gallons of water that we would provide for them. We're in agreement that if we have water available and help to be able to prevent drought and the fisheries and things like that are available, we will make that available through NRD. We are not extending it. They would like us to enter into long-term agreements with them. We don't know enough about our system while it's being upgraded to do that. So this is one-year agreements, and then we will work in good faith to negotiate contracts year to year with these guys. Commissioner Thatcher.
Oof. Just really quick, thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Commissioner Fisher, in the agreement it says payment will be based on the actual number of release days completed. NRDP agrees to pay $8,000 for the first day of releases per calendar month, as well as $5,850 for every day a release occurs. And I believe up in the agreement it said it was between like July 15th and August 30th would be the opportunity for release days.
Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Thank you, Chairman Thatcher. Yeah, the font was pretty small when I was trying to read it. The thing about it is we all know water, the big hole's going dry too, and all that water from Silver Lake belongs to Silver Bow County.
Yep.
It's going down to the farmland in Deer Lodge and Missoula and down to Clark Fork. When you go down to Missoula, Clark Fork's running pretty good and the big hole's running pretty thin. So I just want to make sure that we're conscious of what's going on with this water from Silver Lake, because some of it goes to MRI, some of it goes down there. I want to make sure Butte-Silver Bow has their fair share of water, and we're using affluent water from the plant to water cemeteries that go to Copper Mountain. Right. So potable water is really an item right now, so thank you.
Commissioner Fisher, I just want to clarify one thing. We can't use Silver Lake as potable water. It can only be industrial. So just to be clear on that. But to your point, we are making sure that all of our needs are met before any water is given to NRD. Okay. Commissioner Callahan.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Yeah, that's right. Our water rights only give us the right to use it for industrial, agriculture, and stream augmentation.
Yep.
But between MR, the TIFID, and stream augmentation, do you know how many gallons a year we do go through?
I can tell you that we generally are about 1 million gallons a day for MR and less than that for REC. We don't consume a lot. The system was built to deliver 50 million gallons a day to Anaconda, to the smelter, and also to the mining operations that are here in Butte. So we won't even touch that. But generally, we do not touch the retention of Silver Lake. We don't pump from there. This will, when we give water to Trout Unlimited and NRD, we'll turn our pumps on and we'll deliver water that way. Generally, we just gravity flow right past Silver Lake from Storm and Twin Lakes down to it, and that's how it delivers all the water that we need here in Butte. Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. One more thing. Where does the money go that they pay us for our water?
It goes into I believe would go into, I'll bring Director Hassler up, but it'll go into our water system, so as they pay fees, so it'll be our enterprise funds. Am I correct, Director Hassler?
Chief Executive Gallagher, Commissioner Fisher, any funds that are derived from this contract would go into the Silver Lake Fund.
And that is an enterprise fund?
And that's enterprise fund, am I correct?
It is. It's a separate fund. It's Fund 5212. It's a separate enterprise fund all on its own.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. At this time, I would make a motion to concur and place on file communication 2025330.
We have a motion and a second, concur and place on file communication number 2025-330. Is there anything on the question? Okay. Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Moving on to item number 21, communication number 2025-336. Bill Anderson, Commissioner, District 10, requesting Council of Commissioners support in forwarding the attached letter to our state congressional delegation regarding the new markets tax credit program. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive. I segregated it. Kelly Sullivan, Director of BLDC, was still here at that time, and I was going to ask her to speak on this a little bit. But anyway, it was just a letter that she had drafted, and I just wanted to send out to the entire Montana congressional delegation. Thank you. My brain shut off about 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry. Need more caffeine. Anyway, at this time, we can discuss this next week in the Committee of Whole. So I would concur with Commissioner Morgan's referral to Committee Whole and hold this there.
We have a motion and a second to refer to the Committee of the Whole for communication number 2025-336. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Commissioner Anderson, the reason that I refer this to the Committee of the Whole is when I was looking at the agenda, looking at the letter, it's really not a proper addressed letter to be forwarded to the delegation. And without a cover letter, I don't know if the delegation would even understand why we were sending it. So my thought was if we move it to Committee of the Whole, I knew tonight was going to be a long night. We can talk about what your true intent would be in the letter to maybe formalize an official letter from the council with that as an attachment rather than a random letter just sent to the delegation.
Thank you very much. Point taken, and I will give Ms. Sullivan a call and work on that this week and get an updated thing to add to this for next week so the whole body can look at it.
Thanks,
if
Commissioner
that would be
Anderson.
appropriate.
Commissioner Morgan.
Just on the question, I don't know if Director Sullivan would have a say in this, being that it's a letter from the council, it's not a letter from BLDC. So I think we need a letter that's from the council that defines what we want the delegation to know and maybe pinpoint or refer them to that communication. But we're not sending a letter on behalf of Director Sullivan, if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know if I articulated that correct, but this was kind of her brainchild. I thought it was a great idea, and so I will rework that letter with this as an attachment.
Thanks.
And then I will explain to her what we're doing with it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson. So we have a motion and a second to refer to the committee, refer communication number 2025-336 to the Committee of the Whole. Is there anything else on the question? Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay. 12
yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Moving on to section 6, communications to be read and acted upon. We have one, communication number 2025-335. Heike Doxy, am I correct with that? Is that correct? Heidi? Oh, I think we have it spelled wrong on here. Heidi, my apologies. Butte Pride Foundation President requesting Council of Commissioners to continue the tradition of legally displaying the Pride flag at the courthouse during the month of June. Commissioner Morgan, would you like to start the dialogue?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I'm drawing the short straw, having to talk way too much tonight. So just to give the body an update of why I put this on to be read and acted upon, as you know, I'm very much into procedures and making sure that we're following the letter of the law, I guess. And so when I received this communication, I was a little unsure what the true intent was, other than the last paragraph where it says something in the effect of, I asked that the Butte-Silver Bow Council of Commissioners fly the flag, the Pride flag, for the remainder of the month of June, which you can come up and tell me if I'm correct. The question that I have with that is we're kind of in uncharted waters, if you will, at this time, because to my knowledge, this body has never made a direction to either the chief executive or to any other body to say fly this flag. And so I don't know if this body has the authority to direct that. That's the question I don't have. I think obviously that with this stuff coming up, we need to work on that procedure or that policy so that we have something in place that enables us to fly flags maybe in that intent. And so I'm thinking that that's probably the first step, is really first defining who, if anybody, is defined to fly a flag, and two, what's that procedure look like to do it now that we're being questioned and called upon to do that. I think it's important that we as a council were given challenges from our community, and it's our job to move the community forward and come up with ways to, do it positively for the community. And I think this is probably one of them, that we are addressing something that's never had to be addressed before. Now, with that being said, I understand that there's only 2 more weeks left of June, so procedurally, a policy can't be adopted in that short time frame. So that was the intent of this. I'm curious to see what the fellow commissioners feel. County Attorney, I don't know if you have any input on that. I tried to look through the rules of order of the council. I don't see any authority in there that says the council has final say on what flag, the chief executive has the final say, or vice versa. So it's kind of in a different point. Now, that is procedurally the question. I'm not questioning the flag or any of that, if we should or shouldn't do it, because we should, but I want to make sure that we're following the right rules on doing it. So I'm curious the intent or what the council feels is the appropriate manner here.
Commissioner Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Thank you, Chairman Morgan. I believe that one of the jobs we have up here is to take a position, whether we're granting an authority or not. And so the Butte Pride Foundation has made a request to Butte-Silver Bow, who is all of us, including our other elected officials, to continue the tradition of flying the flag, which has been for 11 years now. I'm sure some of you are surprised by that, but it's been 11 years. So I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll give you an opportunity to speak. I think what you're asking us is to say that we allow it, we are supporting it. The state law is very poorly written. I can't believe it made it all the way through. And they're going to have to work a lot harder at the state if they want to single out people, because clearly the law wasn't written in good faith. It's very obvious by the language that's in it. The bill purports to preserve neutrality on government property by banning the display of politically charged symbols, including those referencing sexual orientation or gender. However, the law's own language and selective exceptions reveal internal inconsistencies that undermine its stated goal of neutrality and inclusivity. Section 1, subsection 3 claims that politically charged symbols create divisiveness and legal inconsistency, yet section 3(1)H explicitly permits the display of the Gadsden flag, a symbol that has been widely adopted by political movements and is often associated with partisan ideologies, used in politically charged contexts, including counter-protests. If certain flags are deemed non-political because they honor public service or historical significance, then the pride flag, widely recognized as a symbol of inclusion, dignity, and equal rights, should also qualify. It commemorates the contributions and existence of LGBTQ+ individuals, many of whom serve in public institutions, work in this very public institution, and other communities across Montana. The law's stated intent is to maintain a neutral public environment. Section 1(5), however, neutrality is not achieved by selectively silencing one group's identity while elevating others. By allowing flags that honor historical movements, the law implicitly endorses certain values and narratives while excluding others, particularly those of marginalized communities. The pride flag is not a political party or ideology. Section 3-2A prohibits flags representing a political party, race, sexual orientation, gender, or political ideology. This sweeping language conflates identity with partisanship. Sexual orientation and gender are not political ideologies. They are aspects of human identity protected under constitutional and civil rights frameworks. Displaying the pride flag is no more political than flying a flag honoring veterans, first responders. It is a gesture of recognition and respect. The poorly written law has a chilling effect on inclusivity. While Section 3-3 claims the law does not restrict private speech, the prohibition on official displays sends a clear message. LGBTQ+ identities are unwelcome in public institutions. This undermines the very inclusivity the law claims to protect and may expose the state to equal protection challenges under Montana. In summary, House Bill 819's selective enforcement of neutrality is both logically inconsistent and legally vulnerable, obviously, according to our county attorney. If the state permits flags that honor identity and service, it must do so equitably, and I'm all about that. I'm about, bring me your flags, tell me what you want. The pride flag is not a political endorsement. It's a symbol of belonging. And in a truly inclusive democracy, belonging should never be banned. And I want to add that I'm probably not the only one in this room that was insulted by the words that came out of Rachel Boyd. What she said was cruel and unusual, and we were all punished by having to listen to it. She made scientifically unsound accusations and insulted everybody that had to listen to it. So I apologize to everyone for her for having to listen to that. One more thing. I respect your religious views. I respect everyone's religious views. I have my own religious views. I was raised in a very strong, devout Catholic household. Religion has no place in government, period.
Any other comments? Commissioner Callahan.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I guess my question is, we all got the same letter from Mr. Enruth that said that Missoula's law makes it legal for every community in Montana to go ahead and fly the flag. What is the argument? Why is the big ruffle? If that's what our county attorney's advising us, what are we fighting over? Why do we have to come up here and have a vote on something that we were told it covers all of us?
Commissioner Morgan, you had your hand up. I didn't know if you wanted.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. So, I mean, I'm assuming all the commissioners have seen a copy of that letter, and it was suggested. Again, it comes down to, you know, who has the authority to say what flag gets flown, right? And nobody seems to know that. So that is definitely one thing that we need to look forward to. Sometimes when you get into these elected positions, you have to make decisions that you feel are either appropriate for for the good of the public, for the good of the community, and take in everybody's input. And sometimes you get kind of torn between everything, trying to make everybody happy, but at some point, you actually have to make a stance, and sometimes that stance requires people to stand on an island and be alone for a while. And that happens to a lot of people in maybe that community, that group. And I think it's important that we all remember to stand together. We're going to have differences of opinion, but let's face it, I mean, with a flag that's being flown, how much negativity or positivity could come from that? I mean, we still have the United States of America flag that's going to be flown. We'll still have our Butte-Silver Bow flag. There is a misconception out there that says that the pride flag is going to replace the Butte-Silver Bow flag, and that is not correct. That is not what is out there. I've also been contacted, emailed about they were gonna take the Butte-Silver Bow flag and combine the colors of the pride flag and make that the new flag as well. Again, that's not the case either. And so, there's just some issues with that. Being that we have seen the letter from our county attorney in regards to what his legal opinion is, and I do treasure legal opinions. I've worked in that field before and appreciate the people that work in that. And there comes a time that we have to take some advice from them, when deemed necessary. So at this time, I'll make a motion that we concur with Communication 2025-335 and start flying the flag immediately tomorrow.
We have a motion and a second to concur and place on file communication number 2023-335. Is there anything on the question? Commissioner Thatcher, then Commissioner Callahan, then Commissioner O'Leary. We'll go down the road. Everyone's going to get their.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. Thank you to Commissioner Shea and Commissioner Morgan on this one. We heard a lot of public comment tonight as we're all sitting here. Here is just a couple sheets of paper of the proponents and opponents that specifically spoke on flying the pride flag. The ones that are highlighted were the only opponents. I recognize that being up here, I represent an entire community. With that in mind, I do not represent bigotry. I do not represent hate. I do not represent violence. And those are things that I will not tolerate. And so I am also proud to absolutely vote to fly this flag tomorrow. This isn't just a June, July, August thing. I wholeheartedly support the LGBTQIA plus community, and I support any of their endeavors for their pursuits of happiness, for their love, whoever that may be. So I just wanted to get that on the record that I think that this is a wonderful move by Butte-Silver Bow. Kudos to Missoula for laying the law down, or laying the ground down, but just very big thanks to Commissioner Shea for leading the charge on this one, so thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Callahan.
Thanks, Chief Executive Gallagher. I just want to comment on the gal that said, go ahead and break the law, who cares? Our job is to follow the law. To come in here and ask us to break the law, nobody will care, is absolutely wrong. I don't know if you folks saw the letter that said it would be okay to fly the flag. And I'm not sure if when you came here tonight, you were asking us to go ahead and vote to break the law. I just want to make it clear to everybody, whatever vote we take tonight is not to go against the state law. It's to go ahead and go with what Missoula's law allows us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Callahan. Commissioner O'Leary.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. I prepared a written statement because I feel like these kind of hot button issues they deserve precision, and so I put a lot of thought into this, and I hope you guys all can hear what I'm saying. I first want to start by thanking everybody who spoke this evening and participated in the public process, especially those that stuck around. This is what it's all about. This is democracy. From the earliest days as a mining boom town, Butte has drawn people from all corners of the world. each contributing to the patchwork of cultures, languages, and beliefs that define our city. Nothing represents that undeniable reality of this multicultural patchwork better than the Granite Mountain Memorial on the north end of town. That disaster resulted in the death of 168 miners from at least 25 separate countries, presumably all with different cultural, political, and religious beliefs. At the memorial, there are flags that represent the countries of origin of these miners. The memorial not only represents an important part of our collective heritage, but also denotes the individual differences between those in our community. Two of the flags at this memorial, the Czechoslovakian flag and the Yugoslavian flag, represent countries that no longer exist. Under Montana's House Bill 819, our county is likely prohibited from flying these flags because the law only permits flags of current federally recognized foreign nations. For many in our community, these flags are not political statements or symbols, but rather symbols of family heritage and shared sacrifice. Yet under HB 819, they may now be deemed non-compliant simply because the nations they represent no longer exist. By limiting which flags can be flown, the law effectively curtails public expression and the speech of the community. This law seeks to preserve neutrality, and I can empathize with that desire, but it ironically undermines the core values of inclusivity and liberty at the heart of public life. To the point, the law is flawed. I do not embrace every ideology symbolized by every culture, historical, or community group. Yet I firmly believe that a liberty-focused democracy must allow all voices to be visible in public spaces, even those we may not agree with. And I can tell you, many of the ideas that were presented tonight, I don't agree with. The act of representation is not an endorsement of those ideas. It is a recognition of the complex civic fabric we all share. So with that said, I will be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Leary. I'll go to other ones. We'll go to Commissioner Shea. Or Commissioner Fisher had his up, and then I'm going to go back over to the right side and come back over. And then I'd like to speak a little bit on this as well.
Thank you, Chief Executive Gallagher. This is, and it's one of them things that we do have to make a decision. I commend Commissioner Shea. She made a decision. She makes us make a decision, and that's what we're here for. And it is a democracy, as Russ said, Commissioner O'Leary, sorry. But the community has spoken. I mean, tonight, I heard it loud and clear, 82%. Or at least 80% of the people that spoke tonight were in favor, and you know what? This is the way the world works, whether we like it or not. And the state, they went the opposite way, but I don't know how that vote went, but our county attorney recommended we approve this, and 80% of the people that showed up here tonight, and I wish 80% would show up every night on the issues we have when we're talking about millions of dollars in taxpayer money. But tonight we're talking about a flag that's gonna fly in the courthouse for 30 days. I mean, it's a big deal. So I will be supporting this. I commend my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Thatcher, Commissioner Shea, for what they said. And I'm not going to get too involved in it, but it's the right thing to do because this is what the people want us to do. And if there would have been 80% go the other way, against my family values, I probably would have went the other way. But these people have spoken, just like in any election. And many of us have been in a lot of elections, so once the people have spoken, shake hands, move on, and go on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fisher. Going here, and I'll let you come back to you, okay. It was Commissioner Mankins. Were you next, I believe? Oh, Commissioner O'Neill, okay.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I just want to appreciate you guys bringing this stuff to the table. I thought I had a bunch of great things to say, and then Russ came up with that wonderful thing. So I just was blown out of the water. But again, appreciate everybody coming up for the support. And I know there are a lot of people that probably had a hard time speaking to come up, but definitely commend all of that. It was great, and I just appreciate all you guys for where we're going with this. So thank you.
Commissioner Callahan.
Thanks, Chief Executive Gallagher. I guess My thought is, why aren't we going back to John's original thought? Why are we even voting? I think you have the authority to make that decision on your own.
Commissioner Callahan, I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that this body takes a position. I think it's important that it's endorsed by the council and listening to the people here. I think that the people of Butte and the ones that came and spoke want to hear that. They want to see what the position of this council is. I think that this law put Butte in a tough position. We did the non-discrimination ordinance and updated in 2014. We've flown the pride flag since that time. We haven't had any issues with it. We always get comments that do come about. But I took a little bit of issue with Braxton Mitchell's comments today in the paper, essentially saying there's going to be repercussions based on the decision that the council is going to make. And I think it's important for our council and collective body in here, all elected officials, myself included, to be able to state why they're holding the position that they do. And I think that it reinforces my ability. You're right. If based on what County Attorney Enruth wrote, I could have went and did that. But I think it was really important for this body to voice their voice and their vote on what the direction needed to be for Butte-Silver Bowl. There was never an issue with raising a flag or not. I made the decision to do a proclamation for Pride Month. I think it's important to recognize the diversity of our community. I appreciate the opponents that came forward and talked today and the rationale that they had on their, what they talked about. There were some very good points that were there that made us think about what the decision is made. But I truly think recognizing Butte as an incredibly diverse community that accepts people for who they are is an important position to take here, and I support the decision being made. The vote hasn't come yet, but I support it. I support flying the pride flag in Butte. Commissioner Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Just so everybody knows, Butte Pride Foundation approached me and asked me how to petition their elected officials, and I showed them how to petition their elected officials. I would do the same thing for any one of you who asked to petition your elected officials. I would help you do that. That being said, too, words have a lot of power, and members of the LGBTQ plus community are not rare. They're not necessarily a minority. They're everywhere. And so when they hear people they love make comments, hurtful comments, hateful comments, disgusting comments, how do you think that makes them feel when they love you? I promise you, you know somebody, you just don't know it yet. So I want you to think about that as you walk away tonight.
Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I will make a few thoughts known. This issue sparks mainly from a communication that came before this body at the end of 2013, which was asking us to pass a non-discrimination ordinance. There's already a non-discrimination ordinance kind of codified by the federal government, but it excluded LGBT and likewise mindset. After quite a few months, this body did pass that legislation. I was in charge of judiciary and ushered it through judiciary over the course of about 6 months. Pretty much 80% of the meetings during that time was an awful lot like the meeting was tonight, with 25, 30, 100 people lined up into the rotunda, one after another, speaking in favor and against. It was a lot less civil 10 years ago, 11 years ago, that it was tonight. So I'm very thankful for the civility shown to each other tonight, and I really appreciate it. There was a couple boos, and one I think could be justified, the other not so much. But I have a large family. I have a cousin, an uncle, and a sister, all in the LGBT community. And I support them wholeheartedly. I love them all dearly, and whatever floats your boat, I don't care. Live and let live. However, actions do have consequences. The first call I received on discrimination after we passed a non-discrimination ordinance 11 years ago was a few hours after Montana Tech decided that they were going to ask Governor Gianforte, he wasn't governor at the time, he was a businessman in Glendive, to come to Montana Tech to deliver the commencement address. And I was really dismayed, a little bit shocked, and hurt. I had somebody call me up, and at the conclusion of our conversation, I was called a blank effing bigot by somebody who championed this ordinance over and over again. And he called because he wanted, and he had a petition of 20-some people who supported the non-discrimination ordinance for me to put in a communication, because I supported them, to allow Greg Gianforte to speak at the Tech because it went against the non-discrimination ordinance. And I told him, no, we can't do that. We have this non-discrimination ordinance where you can't discriminate against people for whatever reason. And the reason why I bring that up is because our actions have consequences. When we choose to do something because it's might be the right thing to do, it's going to open up a can of worms. When you support freedom for some people, you need to support it for everyone. So when other people come up and want to fly other flags or what have you, I hope this body takes into consideration what we do here today. Our Commissioner Morgan said he likes legal opinion. I like legal opinion more so, I like legal precedent, because it shows us the road that we traveled before. And when the government body and the government politics decides to make a choice, that choice needs to be carried out throughout. So when somebody comes up and wants to fly the stars and bars for some reason, when somebody wants to reinstitute the Helena Civil War memorial that was taken down because it was quote unquote racist, we need to look at those things because political speech is political speech. I do believe this is political speech. You could say it's not, it is. When you're taking something and putting it in the body like that, that's my opinion. I'm sure I'm going to be disagreed with by a majority of people out there, but that's my opinion and that's how I make my decision. I will not be supporting this because I feel that we are opening Pandora's box. That being said, I do support the LGBT community. I do love a great majority of them. I do disagree with your attitudes on a lot of things. I wish that it was a lot more civil sometimes, and I think that civility needs to be shared with everyone. I will state for the record that I do not believe I am a G-damn effing bigot. I'm sure I will be called that a few more times for this. But, you know, it's setting a precedent that I don't think anybody will like once the other side starts to move forward. And I can guarantee you the other side will move forward. I'm sure that someone's going to want someone to speak, someone's going to want something to fly, somebody's going to want something. And when we make those decisions, we need to take into account what the future is going to be. So with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Chief Executive. I just do want to state on that regard, thank you for 11 years. I had no idea the flag. I have no idea. It's a flag, okay? Truly the only flag I can tell you that I'm offended by would be a Red Sox flag. Boston Red Sox, okay? Just 'cause I'm a Yankee fan. So truly jokingly say that, but for the record, this is I fully support it. We're making the right move, in my opinion, right? As a politically speaking, as a commissioner, I can have my opinion however I choose, as all we can. So I fully support that we're not making a rash decision off of like, hey, let's just do this right now. This is something that's been supported for a long time, okay? And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Neill. Commissioner Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Bill, I don't disagree with a single thing you said. But like I said before, if they want to come at me and at us and at local government from the state level with a law that's written in good faith that allows the United States flag, the city flag, and the state flag, and only those flags, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Let's not include the Gadsden flag, but let's also not forget the history of the Gadsden flag. Its roots lie in revolutionary defiance. And that doesn't just mean one side gets to be defiant. That means everybody gets to be defiant. And so what I'm saying, and I don't disagree with you, if there's going to be a law, it's going to be a good faith law, and it's going to be fair to everybody. It's not going to specifically exclude somebody, because I would argue that that's probably illegal at the federal level. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to call for the vote.
We have a motion to call for the vote. So we'll first vote on the call for the vote. So everybody understands that. We're not voting on the motion right now. We're just the motion to call for the vote. So could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote. Whoop, sorry. Let you vote first before you record it. Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. So now we go back to the motion to concur and place on file communication. Get back to it. Number 2025-335. Commissioner Morgan, we called for the vote though.
Yeah, just to clarify the motion, though.
Oh, it's the concur and place on file?
And start the flying the flag
And start
immediately tomorrow.
flying the flag immediately tomorrow. Okay. Anything else on the question? Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
11 yea, 1 nay.
11 yea, 1 nay, motion passes. All right. Thank you all for being here tonight. I appreciate you sticking it out throughout this long meeting. We still have work to do moving forward. You're welcome to stay if you want to stay throughout, though. All right. Moving on to Section 4, Ordinance and Resolution introduced to the judiciary. We have one of those. Please note that. Moving on to Section 5, Ordinance and Resolution for final reading.
You're good to go.
First one is Council Bill number 2025-02 and Ordinance number 2025-02. Clerk, please read the caption.
A resolution of intent to alter the boundaries of the city-county of Butte-Silver, Montana's fire service Fire Service District to include the boundaries of 3 MCT District and providing for an effective date herein.
Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I move to place Council Bill 25-02, Ordinance 25-02 on final reading and pass, having been deemed fully read at length.
We have a motion and a second placing Council Bill number 2025-02 and ordinance number 2025-02 on final reading. Is there anything on the question? Could commissioners, whoops. Did I goof up? Oh, no, yeah, I did goof up. Council Bill number 2025-02 and ordinance number 2025-02. Am I correct?
Did JP read it?
Just have her.
We don't read section 4.
So, Commissioner Morgan. I
Thank
missed
you,
it.
Mr. Chief Executive. You mentioned Section 4 ordinance, or Resolution 2533. I believe what was read was that
Oh,
one.
you read,
So we need
my,
to-
okay, we need to read that. My apologies, I directed you to the wrong spot. So we're moving to Council Bill number 2025-02, ordinance number 2025-02. Clerk, please read the caption.
A ordinance creating a chapter 2.73 of City, County of Butte-Silver Bow Municipal Code entitled Business Improvement District Board of Trustees established and providing for effective date herein.
Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. The motion's still the same. I move to place Council Bill number 2025-02, ordinance 25-02 on final reading and pass, having been deemed fully read at length.
We have a motion and a second placing Council Bill number 2025-02, ordinance number 2025-02 on final reading. Is there anything on the question? Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Moving on to item number 2, resolution number 2025-30. Clerk, please read the caption.
A resolution accepting the donation from the Montana Resources LLC 7165 feet of water line running from the Molten Reservoir to the Molten Water Treatment Plant to the City County for the benefit of the public and providing for an effective date herein.
Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I move to place Council Resolution 2025-30 on final reading and pass, having been deemed fully read at length.
We have a motion and a second to place resolution number 2025-30 on final reading. Is there anything on the question? Could commissioners please vote? And would anyone like to change their vote? Clerk, please record the vote.
12 yea, 0 nay.
12 yea, 0 nay, motion passes. Moving on to calendar and other meeting events. Please note all of those. And then any public comment on any item not on the agenda tonight. Seeing none, I would take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.